Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty, as in Thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, Thou members of Parliament and Ministers of State with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labours of government, this land and people may be well and truly served. Their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, we commence with the correction of votes and proceedings of Wednesday, July 27, 2022. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Yes, Honourable Member for Norton.
I'm grateful, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, at page 13, the last paragraph, the ECOWAS Parliament held in Abuja, Nigeria, it says 9th to 2nd July. I don't know if they intended to indicate 12th July, but I'm not too sure. I'm not a member of the ECOWAS Parliament, so if the table office could cross-check and correct it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The table office will verify and correct it. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. page 25, page 26, page 27, page 28, page 29, page 30, page 31, page 32, page 33, page 34, page 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, page 40, 41, page 42, page 43, page 44, page 45, 46, 47, page 48, page 49, page 50, 51, page 52, page 53, and page 54. Honourable members, subject to the correction effected, the vote on proceedings of Wednesday, July 27, 2022 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Yes. Yes, Chief Whip.
Speaker, with your leave, we'll have to vary the order of business and take a tribute in memory of the late Anthony Bright Bwedi, Honorable Mensa, as the first item as we proceed. Speaker, with your leave.
Yes, Minority.
Mr. Speaker, once that finds favor with you, we can start with that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. You may read the tribute.
Speaker, thank you. I begin with a popular quotation by Charles Wesley, and it goes like, "Now praise we great and famous men, the Father's name is story, and praise the Lord who now, as then reveals in man his glory." Speaker, unquote. The Parliament of Ghana received the news of the death of the Honorable Anthony Bright Bwedi Mensa with great shock, and we still group for words to fully express how his demise has caused a great loss to the institution of Parliament and the nation, Ghana. So that as we pay this tribute in honor of an astute politician and legislator, we share in the belief that kings die and beggars die, rich men die and poor men die, old people die and young people die. Death comes to the innocent and it comes to the guilty. Death is common denominator of all men. So our solemn duty as a house in commemoration of the memories we share together is not only to cast into remembrance the painful exit of the late honorable member, but to recount a life well lived and a political chapter well written. The late Honorable Bwedi Mensa was a noble man, a very affable personality who carved for himself a lasting trademark of diligence, honor, and good neighborliness, and these will forever be remembered in the history of the Parliament of Ghana. Speaker, the late member became a member of Parliament on the 7th of January 1997. Having been elected to represent the good people of Obwasi in the Asante region on the tickets of the New Patriotic Party, due to his hard work, loving nature, and service to his constituents, he was re-elected a second term in the year 2000. Speaker, the late member served on various committees during his term, spanning 8 years in Parliament. He served on the Mines and Energy, Appointment, Environment, Science and Technology Committee. In 2022, he became the chair of the Committee of Mines and Energy. He availed his expertise and experience in mining operations and activities at the Ashanti Goldfields Company Limited in Obwasi to the work of the committee, and everyone who remembers him can testify to his resourcefulness and communal approach to resolving issues. Speaker, he believed that consensus building was pivotal in deepening parliamentary democracy, and it was based on this solid principle that he charted his life as a legislator and a politician. Speaker, the Honorable Bwedi Mensah would be mostly remembered as the chair of the Mines and Energy Committee for the various motions he's moved on the floor, especially the report of the Joint Committee on Finance and Mines and Energy on the conditional deferral agreement in respect of overdue and deferred payments under the power purchase agreement between the Volta River Authority and the Takoradi International Company for the 220 megawatt thermal power generator plant at Takoradi. Speaker, this was a monumental feat in his parliamentary life, and it was one of the memories he cherished so much. In the second and third Parliament of the Fourth Republic that he represented the people of Obwasi constituency, the late Bwedi Mensah contributed to many statements and asked ministerial questions in his drive to bring development to his constituents. The late member was a beacon of hope to his people. He was resolute, enterprising, and charismatic. Speaker, he defended his principles unapologetically. But when he made to succumb to superior argument on good grounds, he was never bothered to soften his stance. Speaker, in his contribution to statement on the strike action of workers of Asante Goldfields Company Limited in Obwasi, he stated, and I quote, "I have been a manager of the mines for 23 years, and it is mostly on the ticket of mines that I am here today, and therefore, their interest is paramount to me. For the honorable member on the majority side to have a statement without consulting me, it is a little bit premature because of the fact that I know more about this issue than he does." The Speaker, the work has been restored to normalcy, but as there was no substantive minister at that time, I made the intervention and encouraged the labor force to go back to work, unquote. So the late member was committed to representing the interests of his constituents with agency, honesty, commitments, and selflessness. And he always seized every opportunity to champion the needs of the people of Obwasi. When it came into infrastructure development, socio-economic intervention, and promotion, the welfare of indigents, people, he will be remembered as an achiever, never reneging on his promises to his people. Speaker, in one of his numerous questions to the Minister for Roads and Transport, he asked, and I quote, "The Speaker, the Minister for Roads and Transport is to give the reason for the delay of the completion of Obwasi road works in view of the fact that the roads cannot be used easily by vehicular traffic due to intermittent erection of road blocks by the contractor with no apparent serious and active works going on." Speaker, unquote. On another occasion, at question time, he sought to find out about the state of the by-water project in Obwasi. He asked, and I quote again, Speaker, "The Speaker, I want to take him back to Obwasi. Some time ago when he was last there, I asked him a question about the impoundment of by-water project in Obwasi, and he told me the information trickling into his office suggested that something like that by March this year, the water project must have been completed. Is he telling me that the water empowerment has taken place and is in place, in quote? In contributing to the debate on the budget statement and government financial policy in 2001, delivered by the Honorable Yaosafo Mafi, the late Wodi Mensah had this to say on the Diversity Implementation Committee, the DRC report, in the year 1998. The Speaker, I quote, the Speaker, it is correct that the amount was stated, the DRC report for 1998-99. The Speaker, that figure was $450 million. I remember that very well. What I'm saying is that once the DIC has come out with a figure, it presupposes that the money must have been paid into the consolidated accounts. We can quote, the Honorable Wodi Mensah was detail-oriented, often noted for his thorough scrutiny of figures and value for money audits, especially when it came to protecting the government purse. Speaker, he believed that transparency and accountability was a two-faced coin that would help restore public confidence in our political system in a period when citizens are losing faith in politicians and politics. Speaker, indeed, the late member was a friendly and honest man who knew the law. He was a decorous parliamentarian who had mastery of the rules, procedure, and workings of Parliament. He was general with all the knowledge he had accumulated over the years, and he contributed so much to the legislation process of Parliament. Speaker, the late Honourable related well with his colleagues on both sides of the political divide and was always ready to make amends. Without mincing words, it would be fair to say he was a good man, an ardent believer in the Supreme Being, and an exemplary politician whose indelible footprints will forever be etched in the sands of time. Speaker, Honorable Wodi Mensah, through the selfless and ennobling service to Ghana, the Parliament of Ghana, and the world as a whole, you have duly contributed your quota to the cause of humanity. You reckon that your Creator is indeed proud that you harness your talents and skills to the betterment of human society. Speaker, in conclusion, the vacuum created by your demise can never be filled, especially to your loving family and compatriots. But while we mourn, we also give thanks to the Lord for your life and the wisdom He gave you to contribute to shaping our parliamentary life. We will sorely miss you, but we are consoled by the belief that your Maker has a higher purpose for you in heaven. Mr. Anthony Bright Wodi Mensah, may your gentle soul and the souls of all faithful departed rest in the bosom of the Lord and rise in glory on the resurrection day. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I'm grateful.
Where are the Obwasi MPs? Yes, leader.
Speaker, I rise to acknowledge the yeoman's role played by the honourable member, whose transition we mark and indeed pay our respect to him for his service to the country. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Anthony Bright Wodi Mensah, affectionately called Brody Mens when we first came to Parliament, because of the name that he bore, Wodi Mensah, which people then refer to as Brody Mens. The Speaker, he was one of the pioneer members of Parliament who represented the MPP in the 61-member squad that represented in 1987 January. And he represented the people of Obwasi at a time we had not seen that division at the place. He represented them on two different occasions. The Speaker, Mr. Wodi Mensah was quite an experienced person before coming to Parliament. He had been the insurance manager of Obwasi Goldfields for a considerable period before he exited to come to Parliament. Speaker, my first encounter with him was in 1992 when he represented a party in the abortive attempt to have come to Parliament on the ticket of MPP. I had been elected by the party to go and observe the conduct of elections, 5 constituencies at a time, beginning with Bekwai, Fomina, Obwasi, Asokwa, and New Abuasi. These 5 constituencies were in my charge, and so it was my first encounter with Bodi Mensah, the Honorable Bodi Mensah, when I paid him a visit to inquire from him how the elections were going and what preparations he himself had made towards the elections. Those days, we had 2 separate elections, one for the presidential candidate and the other for the parliamentary candidate. The Speaker, the encounters that we had, the brazen misconduct of the elections, is what started what eventually became known as the stolen verdict that the NPP came to write. I observed several improprieties, listed them, and when I came back, Professor Albert Eduwai, who was our presidential candidate after voting in Accra, had come to Kumasi, and in the night, that's the dawn, when I returned to Kumasi, I reported to him my observations, and he asked whether I had documented it. I said so. Whereupon he said, in that case, we should find out the various constituencies in the region, in Ashanti region, to see what went wrong. That is what I started compiling, which eventually ended up in our writing the stolen verdict. Manifestly on the ground, we saw improprieties, which informed the reform that the Electoral Commission itself introduced into the 1996 elections. Bodi Mensah was part of the group that came up with suggestions that could further improve the conduct of elections in the country. The Speaker, as I said, when he joined, indeed came together in 1997 January when we were inaugurated in Parliament. That is the second Parliament when we joined. He was a voice that was heard on the floor on many occasions, especially when it came to matters relating to finance. Speaker, I remember there was an occasion when he made a statement relating to insurance, that Ghana should have a health insurance scheme. It came from the Honorable Bodi Mensah, one occasion when he made a statement in this House. Unfortunately, the succeeding government into 2001 was the government that introduced the National Health Insurance Scheme. I want to believe that if we come indeed to accord respect to those of them who came, whose ideas concretized in our introduction of health insurance scheme for this country, Bodi Mensah's name will be mentioned. The Speaker, on the occasion of his death, one can only wish the family that he has left behind, in particular the nuclear family, which includes one of our immediate past members of Parliament, the Honorable Abena Droa Mensah, who until the demise of the Honorable Bodi Mensah, I didn't know was the daughter of Bodi Mensah. She had been here. She had represented. Abena Droa Mensah is the daughter of Anthony Bright Bodi Mensah. I never knew until the transition of the Honorable Bodi Mensah. She represented Asin, one of the Asin constituencies, Asin North. The father represented Obwasi in Ashanti region. Apparently, the mother is from Asin North, and Bodi Mensah is from Adansi. The Speaker, however it happened that Abdullah Mensah didn't introduce herself to us as the daughter of Bodi Mensah, only she can explain. But that is the affairs of the world. The Speaker has said, we can only wish that his creator accords a restful and peaceful place for the Honorable Anthony Bright Bodi Mensah for his service to this country. May God bless him for what he has done for Mother Ghana. I thank you.
Yes, MP for Obwasi West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is an occasion that brings heaviness to my heart, but it's also an occasion that brings joy because of the impact Honorable Bodi Mensah, the late, has had on not just my life, but the lives of many others in Obwasi. Honorable Bodi Mensah was the first member of Parliament for the entire Obwasi, both Obwasi East and Obwasi West, where I am now the Member of Parliament. He was one of the founding members of the party NPP in the constituency, and he was one of those who, at the time Ghana was beginning to re-nurture our democracy, gave up his job with Anglo-Gold Ashanti in order that he could help shape the governance arrangements that we were trying to develop for ourselves as a country. He has taught us many things. He has brought many developments to our constituency. And when we heard of his passing, our feelings were mixed because on the one hand, for Obwasi, a huge personality had departed. But in many ways, we looked at Obwasi and the good things he brought and the lessons he taught us and how he has contributed to many of us becoming members of Parliament today, and we are able to say he fulfilled the purpose for which God brought him on this earth. The Speaker, many have already said quite a lot about him. Today we do not have time. I would have gone on and on and on, but I will pause here and just pray that the late Honorable Bodi Mensah will have his soul rest in eternal peace and sit in the very bosom of the Lord. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Pro East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did not meet Honorable Bodi Mensah in Parliament, but I met him in a different capacity as a member of the Committee on Mines and Energy. At the time, I was the Chief Executive of the Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Company Limited. And what he displayed in my interaction with him was a sense of balance, a sense of nationalism, and a sense of professionalism. He did not take the high partisan, high route of those days in his dealings with me, or indeed any time we had discussions on the petroleum downstream sector. But he raised issues of national importance, issues of regulation because BOST then acted as the quasi-regulator, and therefore he made very significant contributions outside this chamber to the downstream sector. It is for this reason that I eulogize him, even though he comes from a different political party, and I believe he was in the wrong party because of his nationalist credentials. But he was a nationalist par excellence. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that today his soul will rest in perfect peace because he has served his country well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is a tribute which is not supposed to generate controversies. A statement made by the Honorable Kwabena Donko, doctor, a senior man of this house, that the Honorable Bodi Mensah was in the wrong party because of his nationalism. He was a nationalist. So those of us who are on this side, by implication, are not nationalists. Mr. Speaker, that is a very obtuse statement, and it shouldn't come from the Honorable Dr. Kwabena Donko. If it had come from some other people that I'm beholding, I'd have taken it. the one who was looking at me, who has now bowed down his head, I wouldn't mention his name. If it had come from him, I would have taken it in my stride. But Dr. Kwabena Donko shouldn't have said so. I'll forgive him for his sins.
Very well. Shall we observe a minute silence in memory of our departed brother? May the soul of the Honorable Bodi Mensah and the souls of all the faithful departed rest in eternal peace. Amen. I noticed those who are not paying attention, so who did not hear that we should observe a minute silence. Whilst we were on our feet, they were sitting. I saw all of them. Yes, Leader, what next?
Speaker, we begin with presentation of papers, and we are taking items 7, C, I, to start with. We are ready.
7, one moment, I want to be sure which one you're. 7C, I, and I. Is that right? Yes.
Yes, Speaker. That's it.
The first 3.
Yes, it's 7C, I.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Mr. Speaker, 7CI, the report is not ready. Mr. Speaker, I've not had opportunity to see the report. Mr. Speaker, yesterday at the committee, we voted on that report, and it's important for me to at least see the report to know what exactly is in the report. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be late until we see the report. And let the chairman be aware that we want to see the report before you lay it.
So there are no arguments. So we'll stand that down and proceed with 7C, I, and VI. We'll proceed with these for now. And
yes.
Speaker, if you may indulge me, let me just vary it a bit. So we'll rather start with 7CV. VI instead. VI. Where for V come?
Very well. Item 7C.
V. Yes, Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the committee. The report, sorry.
On the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund Levy, NHIL, Exim Levy, Special Imports Levy, and COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy, amounting to Ghana cedi equivalent of 14,704,154 euros on materials, goods, and equipment to be procured for A. The reconstruction of the Techimantia Akumadan Road, 40.4 kilometers, and B. The reconstruction of the Takwa Agona Nkwanta Road, 66 kilometers, by Messrs. Gabriel Kotu Rango Consortium.
The report is duly presented. Is referred to distribution to members. Item VI, Chairman of the Committee.
Report of the Finance Committee on the term of a receivable-backed trade finance facility between Ghana Cocoa Board and a consortium of banks and the financial institution with the government of the Republic of Ghana as guarantor for an amount of up to $1,300 million United States dollars to finance the purchase of cocoa for the 2022 and 2023 crop season by the Ghana Cocoa Board.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. Yes.
So we continue with VII.
3 what?
VII.
VII. Very well. Yes, item VII, Chairman.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of stamp duty amounting to up to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $6,500,000 United States dollars on the receivables-backed trade finance facility between Ghana Cocoa Board and a consortium of banks and financial institutions with the government of the Republic of Ghana as guarantor for an amount of up to $1,300 million United States dollars to finance the purchase of cocoa for the 2022 and 2023 crop season by the Ghana Cocoa Board.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. Yes, next.
Speaker, we proceed to page 8 and take XIII.
Very well. Item XI.
Report of the Finance Committee on the credit agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented, XI. Report of the Finance Committee on the Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill, 2022.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. Item XII.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Income Tax Amendment Bill, 2022.
The report is duly presented is for distribution to members. Item XIII. Was that? Yes.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, 2022.
The report is duly presented is for distribution to members. What leader is saying item X?
Yes, indeed, Speaker, item X.
Very well, item X.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, COVID-19 recovery levy, special import levy, ECOWAS levy, AU levy, import VAT, import get fund levy, import NHIL, and Exemption levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $784,144 United States dollars and 13 cents on equipment and materials to be procured by Mercer's Wilkins Engineering Limited for the supply and installation of solar PV system for community energy service centers and upgrade electrification in public facilities, Lot 1, Volta and OT regions, and Lot 2, Eastern region, under the protocol agreement between Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Energy, and the African Development Fund for a grant amount of 19,860,000 units of account, equivalent to 29,790,000 to finance the electricity distribution systems reinforcement and extension project.
The report of the committee is still presented. It's for distribution to members. Yes.
Speaker, shall we go now to page 13? Page 13, we're taking the substantive motion of 12, but we begin with item 14, which is a procedural motion. So we start with item 14 on page 12.
Very well. Item 14. Motion at the chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully seek your leave to move 14 and 17 together because they are contained in the same report.
Very well. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the procedural motions listed as items 14 and 17 be moved today. I so move.
Yes, Honourable Ranking Member.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Other members, item 14 and 17 are procedural motions. All in favor of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The motions are carried. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the motions listed as items 15 and 18 be moved, and in the process, present your committee's report. It is in respect of the terms of a receivables-backed trade finance facility between Ghana Cocoa Board and a consortium of banks and financial institutions with the government of the Republic of Ghana as guarantor for an amount of up to $1,300,000,000 United States dollars to finance the purchase of cocoa for the 2022-2023 crop season by the Ghana Cocoa Board, and the request for waiver of stamp duty amounting to up to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 6.5 million US dollars on the receivables backed trade finance facility indicated above. Mr. Speaker, we met with officials from the Ministry of Finance and Ghana Cocoa Board and other government officials, and have been able to put together this report. The purpose of the facility is listed under paragraph 4, the terms paragraph 5. How the facility that was approved for the same purpose last year has been utilized can be found under paragraph 6.4. Your committee's observations follow. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee, having carefully considered the agreement and the request, finds that the syndicated facility is integral to the successful management of operations related to the purchasing, quality assurance, storage, and export of cocoa by Cocoa Board. We therefore recommend to this House to approve this request so that the benefits can come to the Republic. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not contributing to this. I believe, with your indulgence, Dr. Komna Donko will do. But, Chairman, once you are at your report, page 5, paragraph 6.2, The facility will be drawn down in 3 installments. When you read down, you don't see 3 installments, you see 2. So if you want to correct that, I'm just drawing your attention. Then, Mr. Speaker, page 6, the paragraph 6.4, performance of Cocoa Board on previous facilities. That previous facilities, syndicated facility, previous facilities, the way the facilities read there, not the best that one will want, but maybe the experts in the area will speak to it. You can say performance of Cocoa Board the past year, but when you say previous facilities, we know the facility you are talking about, but I have difficulty with that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Ranking Member. You will effect those corrections. Well.
So, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the minority leader, under paragraph 2, the facility will be drawn in 3 installments. It's an error, should be 2 installments. And then under 6.4, Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to delete performance of Cocoa on previous facilities and replace it with review of Cocoa Board's performance.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so amend.
All right. Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to second the motion before us. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me also state that obviously it is untenable for one to oppose a loan that will seek to help Ghana Cocoa Board to raise money for the purposes of buying cocoa. Mr. Speaker, this is particularly important because Cocoa Board raised this revenue, but in the end, it goes a long way to boost our reserves. Mr. Speaker, again, the cocoa industry employs so much to the extent that they end up supporting the economy in a very big way. Most parts of this country rely on the cocoa industry, obviously, for survival. And Ghana is noted to be a country of cocoa. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding that, there are major concerns that we'll have to raise, even though we will support that they will go out there to raise money for the purposes of buying cocoa. Mr. Speaker, a typical one has to do with the fact that for the first time since Ghana Cocoa Board started borrowing, in the last 30 years, Mr. Speaker, we have seen that Ghana Cocoa Board is struggling to raise revenue, raise the needed syndicated facility. Mr. Speaker, you can see that in page 4. Mr. Speaker, apart from the fact that the interest rate, even though cheap, but if you are to look at Ghana Cocoa Board history of borrowing, this happens to be one of the worst loans that they've had. So, Speaker, even though it is far better than what the sovereign can do, but it is one of the worst that we have seen with Ghana Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, it's to surprise you to know that even though they are going out there to borrow 1.3 billion cedis, so far, the lenders have committed only 560 million Ghana cedis. Total commitment. So that is what the lenders have committed to give to Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the lenders informed Ghana Cocoa Board that the remaining $740 million will be on best effort basis, which means that they will try their best to see if they can raise the money for Ghana Cocoa Board. So, Speaker, this isn't good. So, Speaker, again, it will surprise you to know that in the past, the security margins has always been 100%. But today, the security margin is 112% of the facility amount. This clearly indicated that Ghana's risk has deteriorated. So, Speaker, Cocoa Board itself, they have a very bad balance sheet. Very bad balance sheet. Apart from the fact that their balance sheet is bad, the sovereign's pool rating is terrible. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the security is going up. Mr. Speaker, these are things that we should be very interested in. Mr. Speaker, it was confirmed at the committee. It was confirmed at the committee that clearly Ghana Cocoa Board, apart from these loans, they've gone out there to borrow 14 billion Ghana cedis from the ordinary market, the T-bill market. This is 182 bills, cocoa bills. Mr. Speaker, that is a major one. Not long ago, the Finance Committee met with the IMF. This matter featured heavily. Mr. Speaker, the IMF informed us that they are particularly concerned with Ghana Cocoa Board's 14 billion cedis cocoa bills. And to them, they are going to classify it as part of government debt. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board requires a bailout. Cocoa Board want Ghana to need Ghana to bail them because virtually their balance sheet is bad. Virtually their balance sheet is bad. Cocoa sustainability is something that should be of concern to me and you, without partisanship. Because the Speaker, cocoa is one thing that has held this country for years. If cocoa collapses, I don't know where this country will get to. So issues of cocoa must be of importance to all of us. All of us. And that is why I'm urging the government that please don't collapse the cocoa sector. Don't collapse the cocoa sector because currently the cocoa sector is sick. So Speaker, to again surprise you, it will again surprise you that even though last year Cocoa Board reported that they have produced up to 1 million metric tons of cocoa. This year, Cocoa Board informed us at the meeting that, Mr. Speaker, they are going to buy cocoa up to 683,000 metric tons. So from 1 million metric tons to 683,000 metric tons. As we speak, they have only buy 634,000 metric tons. And they expect to buy more up to 683,000 metric tons. The Speaker, this is not a good sign. The sustainability of cocoa depends on production. Because obviously, they owe so much, and until the production improves, they will not be able to raise enough revenue to pay the loans that they have contracted. The Speaker, to conclude on this, in the year 2016, Cocoa Board indebtedness to cocoa bills was 1 billion Ghana cedis. Between 2016 to 2022, this 1 billion Ghana cedis has increased to 14 billion Ghana cedis. You ask yourself, what at all did they use the money for? 13 billion Ghana cedis additional borrowings. So Speaker, this is public records, and anybody at all can check it on the CSD website. So Speaker, we need to get interested in the activities of Ghana Cocoa Board, because that is the future of this country. If cocoa does well, the country will certainly do well, because that is the only major crop that we sell to the international world. And we should guard it jealously, protect Cocoa Board jealously, protect the cocoa industry jealously. So Speaker, today, if we are lucky to raise 1.3 billion, it will only show our reserves properly. But unfortunately, because of the way the cocoa sector is performing, instead of us probably raising 2 billion, we'll be struggling to raise 1.3 billion. We should be interested in this. Mr. Speaker, I cannot say that I will not support Ghana Cocoa Board to raise the needed revenue for the purposes of buying cocoa. Mr. Speaker, as I said, Cocoa Board need this money. They will need to survive, the industry needs to grow, and workers need to be paid. So I will support this, but Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that Cocoa Board must set up. They have to pull their socks and do what is right to sustain the cocoa industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Calgary Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering where my colleague got his information from, but that is unrelated to our report on the IMF and the balance sheet of Cocoa Board. That is not to debate him, but to put him on record that it wasn't raised at the meeting. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 6.4 of the report talks about the performance of Cocoa Board on previous facilities, and the fact that they were able to transparently present their outlook to the committee was heartwarming. Secondly, they proposed for the 2022-23 season on paragraph 6.5 a conservative forecast of 850,000 metric tons in the 2022-23 crop season. Mr. Speaker, the utilization of the previous syndicated facility was openly discussed by the committee, and was wholeheartedly adopted by the committee. Mr. Speaker, you recall that sometime in 2019, they took a facility of about $600 million from the African Development Bank. They reported to us that they've cancelled $250 million through a notice of cancellation sent by Cocoa Board to the creditors on the 4th of May 2022 because of uncertainties with the crop forecast, unfavorable price, and the need for Cocoa Board to focus on the rehabilitation of other cocoa farms. Mr. Speaker, we met the committee and they rightly disclosed what they were doing to rehabilitate some of the degraded cocoa farms. And it's heartwarming that there's a plan for Cocoa Board to scale up the production of cocoa by rehabilitating some of the farms. The terms of the facility, previous speakers have not been able to raise critical issues on. I believe that they are very good terms and the House must support Cocoa Board in their quest. They've been struggling, but we believe that we need to support them to be able to come back to their glory days. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not contributing. I'm page 6. Mr. Speaker, another my arithmetic. Chairman, when you come to page 6, the table on the drawdown, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, just a correction. When you add your 449, 671, 395 plus 328,000. When you get the 1.450, there are still some numbers there. I need the accuracy of those numbers, Mr. Speaker. If you add the numbers up, it doesn't tidy up for me as to the amount of drawdown. As you put it there, is 1.450 billion. Now add up your numbers there and see what figure you get. And if I'm right, you correct it. If I'm not, then you get back to Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to associate myself with a motion moved by the chairman of the Committee on Finance. Mr. Speaker, it appears that the impact of the faltering Ghanaian economy is being seen in all the state institutions. Mr. Speaker, last year, Cocoa Board took a facility of $1.5 billion, and the cost of borrowing last year was $23 million. This year, they are taking $1.3 billion, and the cost of borrowing has increased from 23 on 1.5 billion to 42 million on $1.3 billion, Mr. Speaker. Just because the risk of default is so high that it is believed that if you are not careful, Ghanaians cannot pay. And so the risk is high, and we are paying so much to be able to secure the facility. Mr. Speaker, we are also told in the budget that was presented yesterday that 480 million will be used for cocoa rows. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board has awarded contracts under cocoa rows to the tune of 13.6 billion. And last year, only 400 million was allocated to cocoa rows. And this year, they are doing 480 million. Mr. Speaker, if we are not careful, interest on delayed payment alone will exceed the total cost of road that they are doing under cocoa rows. Because contractors have raised the certificates, and because they are not being paid, interest will have to be paid. And that will even be more than the 13.6 billion they have awarded on contract. And so we expect Cocoa Board to make available more resources for the contractors to be able to fix the roads. But Mr. Speaker, what is more interesting is this. Last year, we approved a facility of 1.5 billion.
Hold on. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Eriko Poku is well respected when it comes to research. It appears so far his research is one-sided. I was expecting him to be talking about the success story of Cocoa, like the 1 million tons they achieved. Mr. Speaker, is my good friend. He has been talking about.
Thank you. When you get the chance.
So that's all I expect.
When you get the chance, talk about the other side.
Mr. Speaker, meanwhile, he should take it easy. He should take it easy. Mr. Speaker, he should take it easy.
Please continue.
Speaker, last year, this House approved a facility of 1.5 billion for Cocoa Board to buy a projected output of 821,000 tons. At the end of the season, the cocoa season is closed. They reported to your committee that Cocoa Board was able to buy 638,000 instead of the 821,000 that they projected. But Mr. Speaker, they said they incurred a loss. Last year, they reported to the committee yesterday that Cocoa Board incurred loss of 1.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, what we don't understand is this. You took $1.5 billion to buy 821,000 tons of cocoa. At the end of the period, you got 683,000 and you are incurring debt of 1.6 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is something we cannot understand. And surprisingly, since the MPP took office in 2017, every year, it's like an annual ritual. Every year, Cocoa Board incur loss. 2017 was 161 million. 2018, 84.2 million. 2019, 320 million. 2020, 426 million. And 2021, you are reporting 1.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board is virtually collapsed. But Mr. Speaker, what is more important is this. We need to look at this critically. Mr. Speaker, we have some funds. We call them activity funds. Activity funds. Under the Cocoa Board law, we are mandated to establish these funds for some specific reasons. Mr. Speaker, one is the Farmers Social Security Fund. Farmers Social Security Fund. In 2016, the NDC government set aside 28.8 million Ghana cedis for the Farmers Social Security Fund. Mr. Speaker, we handed over Cocoa Board with these resources to our colleagues. And then, His Excellency Nana Adudankwa Akufo-Addo inaugurated the pension scheme. Mr. Speaker, your committee was invited to witness the inauguration of the Board of Trustees, and the Auditor General now reports that the money is not in the account, and that even the account cannot be traced. Mr. Speaker, 4 funds cannot be traced. Mr. Speaker, depreciation fund cannot be traced. And then, Mr. Speaker, Farmers Welfare Fund, 2 cannot be traced. The most important thing is that we are not supposed to be approving resources for Cocoa Board alone. We must also be interested in how they apply the resources that we approve for them as a house. Mr. Speaker, another important point is the producer price of cocoa. This year, cocoa at the world market price has gone up from $2,550 last year to $2,600. $2,600, Mr. Speaker, 7% increase. But Mr. Speaker, Last year, the exchange rate that was used was 6.6 to 1 cedi, to $1. Today, they are using 7.5. When you use the exchange rate, you realize that even with the 1.3, Cocoa Board is making so much money, but they are proposing that the producer price is not going to be increased. They want to maintain the same price for cocoa farmers. Mr. Speaker, if we are gaining, if the price is going up in the world market, the cocoa farmer must be the first beneficiary. But the situation is that they don't want the money to go to the farmers. They want the money to stay in the office. You must know that cocoa is not grown in the office. And without the cocoa from the farms, there can never be an office called Cocoa Board for you people to manage. And Mr. Speaker, what is even worrying is that the farmers are paid in kind and in cash. And this year, they are proposing a reduction in all the services that they provide to the cocoa farmer. Cocoa Pest and Disease Control Program, they have reduced the money from 597 to 480 something million. Mr. Speaker, everything, even the fertilizer that is provided to the cocoa farmer, what they are saying is that they are reducing the quantity that will be supplied this year. Mr. Speaker, and what is even surprising is that last year you projected 821,000 and then you got 683 tons of cocoa, 83,000. Mr. Speaker, this year they are projecting 850,000, and at the same time they have embarked on a program under which cocoa farms are being destroyed for replanting purposes. Mr. Speaker, how can you do that? And Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that this House approved a facility of $600 million for Cocoa Board to replant moribund cocoa farms. Mr. Speaker, we are in the middle of the program. Cocoa trees have been cut down. They are now trying to get money to do the replanting. Unfortunately, $250 million being part of the $600 million cannot be accessed. Cocoa Board now reports that that has been cancelled. It has been cancelled. But we are in the middle of the program. Farmers whose farms have been cut down have not been paid their compensations. And the farmers are complaining almost every day. But that $250 million cannot be accessed. But Mr. Speaker, before I end, let me emphasize this important point. Last year, we approved $1.5 billion for them to buy cocoa. They wanted to buy 821,000 tons. They got just 683,000 tons. But Mr. Speaker, as we speak, some of the farmers have not been paid for the cocoa that they have given to Cocoa Board. They are still indebted to the LBCs.
Hold on, yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me correct my colleague. On paragraph 5.7 on the AFDB facility, yesterday you were in the meeting and they reported, and it's recorded here, that the $250 million that you are saying that it cannot be accessed, it's been cancelled. The fact you said it cannot be accessed. The notice of cancellation was reported and is reported in a report. So if you say it cannot be accessed, it's different from it being cancelled. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. If something is cancelled, can you access it? Can you access it? Mr. Speaker,
Honorable, use has been cancelled to reflect the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that last year we gave them that amount of money, 1.5 billion, to buy 821,000 tons of cocoa. They got just 683,000. And still, even as we speak today, they are unable to pay. Some farmers have not been paid, and Cocoa Board still owes LBCs. They haven't paid them their monies, and they complain every day. Today, they should give us the assurance that if we approve the $1.3 billion for them, they are going to use the money to buy the cocoa. Because it appears that when you give them the money, they come here for the approval that they want to use the money to buy cocoa. And then Honorable Afenyo and others will argue in favor of that. We approve the facility and the money is not used to buy the cocoa. That is what cocoa farmers are suffering. So we need assurance from you that this year, after the approval of this facility, you will pay cocoa farmers. It's important. It is in their name that this approval is being given. And we don't want to see any diversion.
You mentioned his name. He's entitled to respond. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I know when people want to set traps. I will not fall into that trap. But Mr. Speaker, we did so in unanimity, just for the records. So that aspect of your submission, to the effect that Afenyo and others have been calling for approval, cannot be true. It is mischievous, it is misleading, and Mr. Speaker, the rules of the House will not permit you to go away with such a setting. But Mr. Speaker, as I know you, you want to trap me into a certain ditch. I won't go there. I would only remind you that Mr. Speaker has given you enough liberty to say all you want to say. Mr. Speaker, let him conclude.
Yes. You may.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so in conclusion, what I'm saying is that the purpose of the law, as is rightly captured in the report from the committee, is for cocoa purchases. And we expect that after approving the facility, Cocoa Board will make the money available so that our cocoa farmers will not go through the ordeal they went through last year, carrying their cocoa from one weighing center to the other in search of these purchasing clerks who have money. That shouldn't be the case, because the amount of money we are approving is far above the quantity of cocoa that we intend to purchase. We have included all your operational costs and everything, so farmers must not suffer for producing cocoa in this country after approving this facility. Mr. Speaker, on this note, thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Yes. Any more contributor? Yes, Honorable Kwabradongo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Cocoa Board has been in this syndication business for 30 years. 30 solid years. Each year we have to go and borrow money from the external market to come and buy cocoa from Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, I believe it is high time we wean ourselves off this syndication. Mr. Speaker, by this syndication, money that should have been domesticated to grow our economy is going out of the country. Mr. Speaker, I say this with the knowledge that arising out of the agreement between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, we now have what we call the living income differential, which is today $400 on a ton of cocoa, in addition to the premium price Ghana receives for the quality of its cocoa. So this $400 a ton is outside of the purchase price. Mr. Speaker, if we decide to utilize this $400 a ton in a fund to wean ourselves off syndication, even for 500,000 metric tons times $400, we are looking at an amount that is higher than what we've gone to the world market looking. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will urge this House to insist that at the minimum, 50% of the LID, living income differential, must be set aside in order to wean ourselves off this indication. If we have difficulty setting money aside without touching the money, then, Mr. Speaker, from year to year, whatever money is needed for purchase, the living income differential inflow should be deducted, at least a percentage should be deducted from the quantum, so that over a period of 5 years, we will no longer need a syndicated loan to buy cocoa. We have produced cocoa for 30 years. We have to go and borrow to buy from our own farmers. It shows poor internal husbandry. Mr. Speaker, the instrument that we use to oversee the cocoa industry, which is the Cocoa Board. The Cocoa Board is a very unique institution. It is both a regulator and a player. And in today's modern governance practice, it is not the best to have one body being a regulator and a player. So we must also be looking at that. And in its capacity as a regulator and a player, Mr. Speaker, over the last 4 years, Ghana Cocoa Board, as has already been alluded to, has consistently made losses as a commercial entity. Not only have they made losses, but Mr. Speaker, for the year 2020, for example, irrespective of making losses, Cocoa Board still pays bonus to workers. Ghana Cocoa Board is the only organization I know that pays bonus on losses. Mr. Speaker, this epitomizes the lackadaisical attitude to management and the neglect of modern management practices in a critical institution such as Ghana Cocoa Board. And Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, this has been allowed to happen because Parliament, this House, has gone to sleep on its oversight responsibility. And we must hold ourselves responsible for the poor performance of Ghana Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, as if paying workers' bonus is not enough, the government of Ghana also owes Ghana Cocoa Board that government is not paying. Cocoa Board is already bleeding. Their balance sheet is nothing to write home about. The Ghana government takes money from Cocoa Board or makes it does not intend keeping, and the books of Cocoa Board, the books are negated by huge loans, huge debts of Ghana Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board is a commercial organization and in tune with modern financial reporting standards, IFRS. If Cocoa Board was to make the impairment provision required, its losses will even be worse than it is. Mr. Speaker, this House must begin to take its responsibilities of oversight far more seriously than we have done. And in improving the performance of Cocoa Board, I will end by recommending that this loan that is critical for the industry. And Mr. Speaker, I am the son of a cocoa farmer. My father has a village, Krachiekura, in the Sabronum area. So I grew up also on a cocoa farm. This is the industry that has sustained this country. We must not allow cocoa board and the government of Ghana, irrespective of whichever party is in government, to collapse the industry. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this debate. I will start from where Honorable Kovna by saying that he supports this motion. He supports the fact that the House should carry this motion. I associate myself with that view. Suffice to make the following observations as part of my contribution. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Eric Opoku was right when he argued that in 2021 Auditor General's report, nothing was said about the pension scheme or no funds were made available per the Auditor General's report. I'm saying that you were right when you made that submission. That cannot be disputed. But it is important to get the submissions in a proper context. The pension scheme was launched in 2021. And if you look at Cocoa Board's returns, their financial year starts from October. So clearly, it isn't the case that there was no funds made available. If you look at the Auditor General's report, you may misconstrue same to be true, but Mr. Speaker, just for the record, the 2021-22 Cocoa Board financial year report has all of these. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just trying to correct that fact that you are not wrong in saying so, but in context, you are wrong. So, I just want that to be addressed. Mr. Speaker, second, as a nation, we may have to now have a second look at how we are treating Cocoa Board. Historically, Cocoa Board has had this traditional imbalance, and it spans over 30 years. It's not a matter of NDC, MPP. We know a situation where GMPC, today GMPC is a GMPC, and everybody is rushing to GMPC. But gone in the days, GMPC relied on Cocoa Board to meet certain obligations, and that came at a cost. And that debt is part of the debt Honorable Eric Opoku referred to. Two, Mr. Speaker, my problem is intolerance. We all sat quietly and listened to you quietly, but you will not allow us to enjoy the liberties of also arguing our point for Ghanaians to listen. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Deputy Leader, hold on. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, rise on a point of order. The honourable member just stated that the Cocoa Board debt, part of it is owed to GMPC, owes Cocoa Board. I want the honourable member to be very specific, because I have the list of debtors to GMPC, and it's not part of it. Cocoa Board, I mean. No, you need address the speaker, please. Mr. Speaker, if he has any proof to show that the list of debtors of Cocoa Board includes GMPC, he should produce it, or he should draw that statement through.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
Address.
Mr. Speaker, he once served as Minister of Energy. He should tell me whether there's any evidence that GMPC paid for the guarantees that Cocoa Board issued, of which GMPC incurred losses. Have those funds been paid to Cocoa Board? Please, let's not get in there. Let's be patriotic. I'm saying that as a matter of fact.
Very well. Can we return
so,
to
Mr.
the
Speaker, I shall proceed.
Can we return to the report?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are there. Mr. Speaker, we are there. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm back to the issue of the pension scheme. 2021-2022 season, Cocoa Board provided for 66 million
for our farmers. This season, per what they are saying, it is 74 million. Mr. Speaker, it must be emphasized that Ghana, only country that provides input and supply services, extension services to cocoa farmers. It is never done in Cote d'Ivoire. It is only in Ghana that we have the regulator cocoa board providing incentive to farmers. Mr. Speaker, these are success stories that make us unique. Ivorian farmers don't get extension services from the state. Ivorian farmers don't get input from the state. The whole thing has been left to the private sector. What I am saying is that in Ghana, the farmers are valued and the farmers are supported. That is why even government goes out of its way to increase the prices they pay to our farmers. We know that. So it is not correct to suggest that our cocoa farmers are worse off. It is not the case. Mr. Speaker, today, the cost of inputs have gone up the world over. Mr. Speaker, as legislators, it is important that in our argument we lay the fact bare. Mighty America is complaining of cost of fertilizer. Indian farmers are complaining. Chemicals have gone up. Inputs to our farmers have gone up. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not about cocoa board alone.
Hold on. Yes, Honorable Suleiman.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, he said farmers are complaining, American farmers
What he said Almighty America is complaining about cost of fertilizer. Is that what you're complaining about?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He said American farmers. And we want to give us evidence of any American farmer who has complained of farm inputs. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, the essence of this mic is for him to speak to it so that we will listen to him. But it looks as if he's shouting. And so we are not able to even hear what he's saying. And he's a leader that we are learning from him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader, please.
Let me continue by saying that the challenges that cocoa board face this season, these challenges are enormous. These challenges are enormous. Mr. Speaker, I say so because the major producers of fertilizers and other agrochemicals are getting their raw materials from areas that are suffering from Ukraine-Russian war, and we know that. And yes, Mr. Speaker, unless we are not monitoring global politics and the global economy, can any member in this chamber rise on his feet and challenge me on my submission that fertilizer prices have not shot up? Can any of you say that? Can anybody challenge me when I submit that the cost of agrochemicals have shot up on the world market? Can anybody challenge me? And if this is happening, are we saying that cocoa board is immune? Cocoa board is not affected, and for cocoa board it is experiencing a special dispensation? No. So we should put the argument in context, but not to condemn. Mr. Speaker, having said all of this, I will want to conclude on the points observed by Honorable Erikopoku and Honorable Kobna Donko and my good friend Atu Fossen, that they support this law. If they support, who am I to say I am opposed? I am also in support of this facility, and I go with the conclusions of the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, may the House carry this report to enable Cocoa Board proceed with that which is mandated to do for the Ghanaian farmer. I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
I thought leader said he was not going to.
Mr. Speaker, rightly so, but just to speak, Mr. Speaker, in support of the House approving the $1.3 billion US finance for the cocoa sector, and to appreciate that the cocoa sector remains a major sector of the Ghanaian economy when it comes to employment and foreign exchange. But, Mr. Speaker, the ranking member have raised very profound issues together with the ranking member of Finance and Agriculture. While speaking in support of the motion, it's important that they follow up on two important issues. One, Cocoa Board must ensure that in future they come on time so that we can do scrutiny to know how they spend the money last year, how they intend to spend it this year, and then to respond to whether unwithdrawn or cancelled. We need to follow up with the Africa Development Bank to understand why the outstanding $250 million US is not being made available to Cocoa Board. With these words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favor of the motions being adopted, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motions are hereby adopted. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you be pleased, may we call on Honorable Bafwewa, Minister for Employment, to proceed with the resolution on behalf of the Minister of Finance, who is unavoidably absent from the chamber. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much.
16 and 19.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, so that is motion 16 and 19.
Yes.
Resolutions. Yes, Honorable Minister for Labour and Social Welfare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that resolutions numbered 16 and 19 on pages 13 and 15 of today's order paper be moved. I so move.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion, but let it be noted that the minister responsible for finance and his three deputies, all of them are missing. All of them are
This
missing.
is the responsibility of your leaders. Now you're working as a ranking member. Very well, honorable members. The resolutions numbered 16 and 19 on pages 13 and 15, 16 of today's order paper are being moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the resolutions, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The House has adopted resolutions numbered 16 and 19 on pages 13 and 15 of today's order paper.
Speaker, we are ready to take item 34 on page 27. Item 24.
Very well. Item 34, motion by the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to move that the procedural motion listed as item 34 on today's order paper be moved today. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman is suspending the orders. I thought he would say the reason why he's suspending the orders before you move the motion. So you should do just right. So give us the reason why you want to suspend the orders. Then I can second it.
The reasons are contained in the motion, aren't they? They are.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Very well. Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now, item 35.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion listed as item 35 be moved, and in the process, I present your committee's report. I request the Hansa Department to capture the entire contents of the report whilst I read the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the committee, after reviewing the request, is of the view that the completion of the project would contribute significantly towards improving travel time and bring relief to commuters and communities along the project area. Accordingly, we request this House to approve these waivers so that the project can bring the benefits that is intended to bring to the people. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Ranking Member.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And in doing so, let me draw the committee's, the House's attention to page 4, summary of the table. So, Speaker, under page 4, we have listed exactly what the ministry asks us to approve. So, Speaker, a total of 14,754 million euros. So, Speaker, we recognize that the tax exemption bill has subsequently been passed by us, which will mean that when assented, so Speaker, there will be some limit that we will have to approve some tax exemptions. However, Mr. Speaker, there are some contracts that Ghana is obligated to obviously respect. Those contracts are contracts that all of us as a House have approved, and the liability falls on us. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, it is the belief of the committee that we should grandfather some of this agreement, where in tax terms it means that we respect those tax exemptions and get them out of the way as much as possible. And those that will come after the assenting of the tax exemption law become those that will have to ensure that they comply strictly to the rules of the game. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, we recommended this to the House. We believe that though the items are quite a lot, but these are obligations that falls on us as a country, and we have to respect it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favor of the House adopting the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, what next? Yes, Mr. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I want to seek your permission and, of course, the indulgence of my colleagues to stand in the stead of the Minister responsible for Finance to move the motion captured as item number 36. Mr. Speaker, if you may so permit, then I want to move that the resolution captured on pages 28, 29, and 30 be adopted by the House. Speaker, so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. Mr. Speaker, the ministers who need these tax exemptions, you can't even find them, Mr. Speaker, and let it be noted as such. The ministers who want us to approve the tax exemptions for them, the sponsors, you can't even find them. I know you are Minister for Parliamentary Business and the leader of government business, and Swami. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honourable members, the resolution numbered 36 has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the House adopting the resolution, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The House has adopted the resolution numbered 36 on pages 28, 29, and 30 of today's order paper. Yes.
Speaker, we are ready for item 41 on page 34.
Item 41. Motion. And the chairman of the committee. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion listed as item 41, namely that this Honourable House adopt the report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, import get fund levy, import NHIL, import VAT, import exim levy, COVID-19 recovery levy, and special import levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 15,673,646 United States dollars on materials and equipment required to be procured by Mishias JMC Projects Limited for the design and build construct for the Tamale Waliwali Road, Phase 1, Savelugu to Waliwali. Mr. Speaker, in the process of moving this motion, I would like to present your committee's report. I request the Hansa Department to capture the entire content, whilst your humble chairman of the Finance Committee presents the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the committee, having reviewed the report, is of the view that the completion of the project will contribute significantly towards improving travel time on the Tamale Waliwali Road and bring relief to commuters and communities who use the route. Accordingly, the committee respectfully recommends to this House to approve the said facility. I respectfully move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, this tax exemption is for Phase 1 of the Tamale Walawali Road. Mr. Speaker, to be specific, is from the Savelugu to Walawali portion, where it starts from kilometer 30 to kilometer 113. Mr. Speaker, again, these are some of the tax exemptions that are caught in the middle between the tax exemption bill, which is yet to be assented, and the agreements that we have already approved. We believe that the House should approve them and allow them to go through whilst we wait for the law to be assented and take care of future exemptions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you will.
Speaker, only to commend the committee and the government particularly. Members will recall that yesterday we gave effect to the Yape, Bupe bridges that was brought by the committee, and we confirmed it. Today it is Wale Tamale, and all of us are aware. Speaker, it goes without saying that that part of the country, it's more than the breadbasket of the country. So it's only fair for one to commend the government, and I am looking forward to a timely completion of the project, which will impact definitely on the local economy and the generality of the country that we are all hoping for, so that the northern part of our country, being the food basket, will impact positively on the southern parts of Ghana and other parts as expected. Speaker, with these, I want to commend the committee for the speed with which they've completed this project, and to urge all members to support in unison in passing this motion. I speak in support, Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion for the grant of that tax exemption pursuant to Article 174 of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, to remind us that we have just passed the Tax Exemptions Act. And Mr. Speaker, whilst we were at it, we were reminded, if the chairman of the Finance Committee will remember, when he sought to move an amendment and emphasize that contract be used as a technical term. Now, many of these contracts have already passed before Parliament, with resolutions passed by Parliament granting them tax exemptions. I hope that that doesn't sit in conflict. That doesn't sit in conflict when the President finally assents to the tax exemption bill. Yesterday we saw one when you brought in the loan which had a grant element. The concessionarity, as Mr. Speaker was presiding, reminded you when we were defining concessional facility at 35%. Yesterday what you brought did not. But Mr. Speaker, on the road, very important road, it links Tamale through Savulugu, through DRA, through Nasia, and then to Wale Wale, Wulgu Wale Wale. But Mr. Speaker, just to draw your attention, it says Tamale Wale Wale Road, then phase 1, Savulugu to Tamale. So what about Tamale to Savulugu? So when you say Tamale Wale Wale, and then you come and start Savulugu to Wale Wale, kilometer 30 to kilometer 113, it means the other half of the 30 kilometer between Savulugu and Tamale, I will need an explanation because, Mr. Speaker, already the construction work which has gone on the new airport facility, when you are entering, has a double dualized structure. But Mr. Speaker, they are leaving out Tamale to Savulugu for purposes of expansion. In your own words, you say Tamale Wale Wale. If it is Savulugu Wale Wale, say so. But when it says Tamale Wale Wale, and you limit yourself to Savulugu Wale Wale, it is not the same, and it cannot be the same. There are other communities from Bawa Barracks linking up to Kwane, going upwards to my village, Wayamba, and then you go down into Zaire and Tamale Township. That is not, including Kamina Barracks, is not captured in this, but that road will need an expansion in terms of what you are looking at. But Mr. Speaker, generally, we look forward to the contractor going to start work. There are a number of dangerous potholes on that particular road now. The road has deteriorated substantially, and it's a major hub that links Ghana to Paga and then to Burkina Faso. So, Mr. Speaker, we can grant the tax waiver, but Parliament will have to sit up on this matter of Article 174 and tax exemption. I thank you.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favor of the motion, say aye. I did not hear a voice vote. I'm putting the question again. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All against that, say no. You vote against the leader's road. Leader, did you take note of those who voted no? Against is your road. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes, Honorable Leader.
The Speaker, the Deputy Minister for
The
Finance.
second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Yes.
The Deputy Minister for Finance has just joined us. So if he may stand in for his minister to move the motion for the adoption of the resolution listed as item number 42 on page 35.
Yes, any seconder?
There is a request. There is a request to allow the Deputy
Oh, I
Minister
thought you were moving it yourself. Very well. Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, there is no objection. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that resolution item numbered 42 on page 35 be adopted.
Yes, any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the resolution moved by the Deputy Minister for Finance. Thank you.
Honourable members, item number 42, resolution, has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the House adopting same, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The House has adopted the resolution numbered 42 on pages 35 and 36 of today's order paper. Yes.
Speaker, page 37, item 44.
Item 44, motion by the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that a motion listed as item 34 relating to the waiver of import duty, COVID-19 recovery levy, special import levy, ECOWAS levy, AU levy, import VAT, import get fund levy, import NHIL and exim levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 784,140 United States dollars and 13 cents.
Honorable Chairman, I think you should start from 43. You laid the paper this morning.
Oh yes, you're right, Mr. Speaker. I'm accordingly guided. All right. So, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the earlier attempt and rise to move that the procedural motion listed as item 43 on today's order paper be moved today. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, item 43 is a procedural motion. All in favour of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 44.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the resolution listed, the motion listed as item 44 relating to tax waivers in respect of the electricity distribution system reinforcement and extension project be moved, and in the process present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I request the Hansa Department to capture the entire content of the report whilst I take the highlights. The breakdown for the required waiver are captured under paragraph 4 of your committee's report. The fact that this is flowing out of a commercial agreement is indicated in paragraph 5. The committee's observations follows. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee is of the view that the project exhibits immense socio-economic benefits that would contribute significantly towards improving the accessibility of electricity across the country. The committee therefore respectfully recommends to this House to adopt this report and to approve the waivers in order that the affected communities would get the benefits indicated. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the motion for the House to consider and approve.
Are you seconding or hold?
No, it's been seconded already.
I thought you did.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and in so doing, I just want to make some observations. Mr. Speaker, this is a facility from the AFGB, which is a grant facility of about $30 million. Indeed, I do recall acting as Deputy Minister, I spearheaded the negotiation of this very project, and successfully, by dint of hard work, diligence, and commitment to God and country, concluded this before we left office. Today, I am happy that I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that the work that we did previously we are benefiting from it today. Mr. Speaker, this is for solar projects, and it's supposed to go to off-grid communities. When we talk of off-grid communities, we are talking of communities where it is very, very difficult to extend electricity to, especially island communities, communities in very remote areas, because even as Ghana's access to electricity is increasing, if you look at the rural rate of electrification, it's quite very, very low. And so when we get facilities like this that targets the rural communities, it's something worth supporting. And so, Mr. Speaker, just to underscore that we would support similar projects. Let's intensify efforts to achieve universal access to electricity, because electricity is an essential commodity. And so, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I wish to associate myself and to appeal to the House to approve same. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, the motion has been moved and seconded, is before the House. Yes, honourable member for Karaga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker rise to support this facility because it is so important for us, as it will help in extending electricity to areas that are difficult to reach. At the moment, we know that we have access rate of about 87% as far as electricity is concerned. The remaining communities that are to be connected to ensure that we have universal access to electricity also include communities that we cannot connect through the stringing of poles and the installation of cables, because they are off-grid communities, either as island communities or lakeside communities. That is going to cost so much if we were to string poles and cables. It is estimated that it will cost us some $4 billion if we were to do that. And this is why this facility will help to provide alternative technology to power these communities. Mr. Speaker, this will also help in expanding our renewable energy access in line with the government's policy of connecting as many communities as possible through renewable energy to achieve the 10% target we have set for ourselves. Mr. Speaker, this is important also because we are seeking to democratize access to electricity, and it's going to be very difficult if we don't use this alternative technology to reach out to off-grid communities. That will mean that they will be denied access in line with the democratization policy that we are pursuing. And therefore, I want to associate with this state facility. And then I appeal to honourable members to approve this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's approved. It's approved.
Yes, honourable Atofa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the motion that was moved by the chair and seconded by the Honourable John Jinapop. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me also use this opportunity to commend my brother, the Honourable John Jinapop. Mr. Speaker, it is under his leadership that Ghana saw successful completion of this project. Mr. Speaker, when he was the Deputy Minister responsible for power, that was when, through his diligent hard work and dedication to Mother Ghana, that he successfully secured a grant amount, $29 million.
Honourable member, hold on.
John, well done.
Honourable member, hold on.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say thank you very much to Honourable John.
I'm saying hold on. Yes, Honourable Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we must give credit where credit is due. The man was a deputy minister. He was assisting his minister. When there was no substantive minister, there was an acting minister. Mr. Speaker, there is a house of records. Mr. Speaker, when a friend of mine found himself in some hot soup. He said that for him, a certain friend of mine, he's called Ajalolo. Mr. Speaker, a certain friend of mine called Ajalolo. A friend of mine called Ajalolo. He once found himself in some hot soup. He said that he took instructions from his boss. Mr. Speaker, I take instructions from my boss. How then do I take credit? Mr. Speaker, he should put it in proper perspective.
Mr. Speaker, the fact remains that the minister at the time gave the Honorable John Jinapor the power to negotiate this on behalf of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Honorable Jinapor, his record is impeccable. Everyone knows how well he has worked. He has delivered to the highest standard.
Honorable member,
all of us
honorable member,
let's commend him for the work he has done. Well done, Honorable John Jinapor, for
honorable member,
diligent to the Speaker. I support the motion. I just want the House to commend my colleague, the Honorable Jinapor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, the motion has been moved, the motion has been seconded, it has been debated. The question is, all those in favor of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, Chief Whip.
Speaker, we are ready for item 45. Item 45. With your leave, it will be done by the Deputy Minister of Finance.
About 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that.
Yes, now, Minister, you can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that item 45, resolution item 45, listed on page 38, be adopted. I so move. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, the resolution has been moved, has been seconded. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The resolution is hereby adopted. Yes, Chief Whip.
Speaker, page 20. Page 20, item 26.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Have I called you? Yes. Honorable members, let me invite you to page 20, item listed 26. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion listed as item 36, which relates to the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, get fund levy, NHI, Exemption levy, special import levy, and COVID-19 levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 14,072,310 United States dollars on materials, goods, and equipment to be procured for the provision of sports infrastructure and residential facilities for the hosting and organization of the 13th African Games in 2023. The Speaker, in the process, I present your committee's report. I request the Hansa Department to capture the entire content whilst I take the highlights. The Speaker, the breakdown of the tax lines being waived are indicated under paragraph 5 of your committee's report. The committee was informed that there are 3 contractors, 1 foreign, 2 local contractors. This exemption covers that for the foreign contractor. The ministry has asked the local contractors to also submit their request for waivers so that the entire project would enjoy the exemptions that are required for the execution of the works to prepare us for the hosting of these important games. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee is of the view that the exemptions are necessary for the execution of the project. Successful execution of the project would facilitate the provision of sports infrastructure and residential facilities for the hosting and organization of the games in 2023, but also ultimately to help us expand our sports infrastructure. We therefore request respectfully this House to approve these waivers so we may get the benefits. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the motion has been moved. Yes,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to second the motion, and in doing so, I have two major issues, Mr. Speaker, I believe the House should be made aware of. Mr. Speaker, the first one relates to the fact that I do not understand why two Ghanaian companies and one foreign company, all of them being called upon to build for the purposes of Ghana hosting all African Games. Mr. Speaker, if you are to look at the contract that Ghana signed with these three contractors, one foreigner called Contractor, two Ghanaian companies, one called Consa and one called Mawuns. Mr. Speaker, however, Ghana is granting tax exemptions to the foreign company and leaving the local Ghanaian companies. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, the rate that the foreign company is getting is far higher than that of Ghanaian companies. So, Speaker, it's something that, for me, I have worries with. So, Speaker, I raised the issue at the committee. At the committee, it became a major issue, and we felt that it is not right, because one of the principles of taxation is fairness. Mr. Speaker, if you give one, then you should be able to give the other. But it's to surprise you to know that at the time that they were taking it, they said that those ones, the tax exemptions are not available. Mr. Speaker, I ask myself, Ghanaians, as if we hate ourselves, but we rather love the foreign companies. Anytime a Ghanaian comes taking a major project, we don't give them a major deal. We do not give them good terms, but rather we give those good terms to foreign companies. So, Speaker, the time has come for us to pay attention to our own Ghanaian companies and not always give freebies to foreigners just to make money and live like kings and queens in their hometowns. So, Speaker, if a Ghanaian company makes money, the money stays in our economy. This practice where we always give grant freebies to foreign companies, the Speaker, it must stop. If at any point in time we are going to do something, we should do it for all of them. If we don't, we either do it or we don't do it. The Speaker, that is why in the report we have said that the ministry must come with those companies as well and then grant those exemptions, if any. So, Speaker, I raised the issue at the committee. It was partially addressed. The Speaker, I'm bringing it to the floor because I believe that my issues were not properly addressed. The Speaker, the second point. At the meeting, we met with the local organizing committee for all Africa Games. The Speaker, to my surprise, they told us that the project has delayed in excess of 6 months, and that the Boteman, where they are doing the All Africa Games, there is no way that this project will finish before we host the All Africa Games. So, Speaker, if that doesn't happen, it will be a major embarrassment on the Republic of Ghana. And so we should be interested in it. I'm happy that the Minister of Sports is here. So, Speaker, we will grant the tax exemption for the project to continue. We have approved the loan. So, Speaker, we were told that the loan is suffering some problems. As a result, the $750 million US, they've captured part of the money for them. But, Mr. Speaker, please, Ghana has a contractual obligation with the African Union to host all Africa Games 2023. As we speak, we are not ready. We are not ready, and if care is not taken, it will be a major embarrassment on us. So, Speaker, when we raised the issue, the local organization committee informed us that they are putting up steps so that at any point in time, if they notice that they cannot finish, they will move to other areas. So, Speaker, the question is, what are the financial obligations on the state to put those other areas in place? And at this stage, are we in a better position to do that? Mr. Speaker, if care is not taken, we will end up duplicating the requirement that we will need to deliver on all Africa Games hosting. Mr. Speaker, the minister must inform this house that they will not embarrass the Republic of Ghana. We cannot take embarrassment. We have to host the All Africa Games at all costs. Please, do whatever you have to do so that we can host the All Africa Games on time. But the way it's going, Mr. Speaker, I'm worried. I'm very worried as a Ghanaian. My best athlete, my best sport is athletics. I want to go to the All Africa Games, to watch All Africa Games. I don't want to see a situation whereby the All Africa Games will not happen. Ghana will be embarrassed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, the motion has been moved and has been seconded. It is now before the House. Chairman, do you want to say something?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to correct some factual errors in the submission by the ranking member. And it's important because many Ghanaians feel very passionate about these games. One, it was not the committee that asked the minister to ask the local contractors to also submit their request for waivers. In fact, we asked the ministry about the waivers for the local contractors, and the minister informed us that so far it is the request that he had received that he has submitted, that he is in engagement with the local contractors for them to also submit. So it was a delay in the submission of their request for waivers that has resulted in a situation where we have to look at this first, to give the impression that somehow as a country we do not want to do it for local contractors and say all the things the ranking member said is completely unacceptable. I think in future he should not go down that lane. And the second is that Mr. Speaker, is that the organizers of the games, that is not what has been captured in the report. The organizers of the game never said that they are unable to complete the works needed for us to host. If they had said that, then it means there's no point even approving this. Then he should not have seconded the motion. What they told us was that there has been some delays, but provided the Ministry for Finance would going forward would disburse as is required, they are able to finish on time for Ghana to have a successful hosting of this program. So again, to make an emphatic statement that the releases have delayed and therefore there is no way, and that is what the ranking said, there is no way they will be able to finish with a project for the games to be hosted. I'm asking him, so what is our business then approving this if there is no way? I just think that the ranking member must mind his words. It is not always pleasant to play to the gallery and to create impressions that are completely wrong. And that is what he did on the occasion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, ranking, hold on. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and has been seconded before the House. I'm not going to call the chairman and the ranking again. So the motion is before the House. I will consider one from this side, one from this side. Probably I'll come to leadership. Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this House to approve a waiver of 14 million for the infrastructure of the Olympic Games in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I'm very shocked that the chairman is speaking this way and trying to put the picture as if the rest of us were not part of the meeting. We were told by the Olympic Committee members that even as we stand today, if all the monies were released today, they will not be able to finish all the infrastructure for the games. And the issue of selection of one contractor to benefit from the waiver, who is a foreign contractor, as against the local contractors, was raised. And the committee recommended that something should be done to support the local contractors to also get their waivers, such that there will be fairness in treating of these contractors who were working there. As we see today, the organizers had informed the committee that the work had suffered delays of over 6 months, and I said they needed agent money to help them raise some infrastructure to be able to host the games. So, Mr. Speaker, even though these waivers are not the amount that they need to finish the infrastructure, we still want that the House to approve these waivers for them. However, government should do everything possible to raise the money such that we don't suffer any embarrassment come 2023 when the games are to be hosted. But as we sit today, the committee made it clear that even if all the monies were released today, they will not be able to finish all the infrastructure for the games. So it is sad that the chairman is not rather speaking to government to release monies and rather thinking that somebody is spreading some news of doom. The truth of the matter is we are behind schedule, and government must do everything possible to release monies to them to be able to host the games come 2023. The point we want to stress is that the contractors made it clear to us that even if all the monies, I'm stressing it because they said even all the monies released today, they will not be able to finish the infrastructure, telling us that means things will not go well come 2023. But our appeal to government is that all steps should be taken to release monies for the contractors to be able, at least, even if they cannot do 100% of the infrastructure, at least some 80% to be able to do something. Already we are seeing some embarrassment in that aspect. So chairman should sit up and look at how we can all support them to raise money and get the sports village completed before the games come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Minister, hold on. I will give you the last word. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the grant of the tax waiver for the contractors working on the sports infrastructure and residential facilities to enable our country host the 13th African Games in Accra in 2023. And Mr. Speaker, to refer you to page 5, paragraph 6.2 of your committee's report, I am particularly encouraged that extension of the tax waiver is being extended to two local Ghanaian contractors, Concert Limited and Mahomes Limited, engaged by government for the refurbishment of the University of Ghana Stadium and wholesale facilities at Lagos. But Mr. Speaker, just to raise one important issue, there should be no debate about whether monies are available or unavailable. Minister for Youth and Sports, you have the responsibility to ensure that work is completed on time and make sure that the facilities are available for use by the Ghana Olympics Committee, working with you to ensure a successful hosting of the African Games. Mr. Speaker, we need to support him and support the contractors. So we look forward to the contractors coming, again within the remit of a new tax exemption regime as we wait presidential assent. But Mr. Speaker, as you may note, when the $750 million was placed before Parliament, 140 million was allocated to facilitate the completion of this project. We're told by the Finance Committee that this was bridge financing. I'm aware that Carl Bank advanced some money for the purpose of this project. What they have advanced, government have been able to meet that requirement in terms of releases, may be stressful even for Carl Bank in their continuing support to get the project done. All we need to ensure is that we don't double count the 140 million. You cannot take 140 million from the 750 when Parliament itself earlier approved a certain loan facility dedicated to this. So we expect the Committee on Finance and Youth and Sports to diligently monitor how much money is being advanced for this purpose, so that there is no double counting of the money meant for the same project. So at any time, we will demand accounting back how this reconciliation is done against what you asked for and against what has been given for bridge financing. What I hear is that even what was allocated, we all know part of the money will go into balance of payment support. Whether the contractors will actually get 140 million or it's on 45-75 million. Bank transactions in future will be able to explain that. So, Mr. Speaker, we should be concerned, but our primary concern now will be how do we enable the contractors, both foreign and local, to remain aside, complete the project on schedule, and facilitate Ghana proudly hosting it, but with the Ministry of Youth and Sports reporting back to Parliament that we did not provide double money for the same purpose. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me now come to the Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also add my voice that this House adopt the report of the Finance Committee to approve the tax waiver for the construction of the sports facilities to host the 13th African Games Camp 2023. Mr. Speaker, yes, it is true that there is delay in our provision and preparation towards hosting the 13th African Games and making sure that we get the necessary sports infrastructure. Just as we had the right to host these games, Mr. Speaker, then COVID came. Then government decided to go hybrid, and we informed this August House that government decision was to go hybrid. Hybrid means leveraging on existing infrastructure and also providing the infrastructure that we don't have as a country. Mr. Speaker, government decided to finish the University of Ghana Sports Stadium, do a warm-up track, which is just 5 minutes away from the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. Also use the facilities at the University of Ghana hostels, the Liman and Alexandra Kwapon halls, as the games village, of which it is required for us to upgrade them to meet the requirement of the games owners, that is the AU. Mr. Speaker, it is also true that an agreement was brought to this August House between the government of Ghana and also Cal Bank. The IPCs that were raised by the contractors, that is contractor, Mawums and Consa, Cal Bank was only able to pay for the first IPC, the first certificate. The second certificate, Cal Bank had difficulties in be able to pay for it. And that is why the Finance Ministry submitted to this House through the Finance Committee on these AfriExim facilities. And I can show this House too, that currently the contractors have ordered their equipment to be able to set up these facilities for us to host the games. And once this exemption is granted, the contractors will be able to clear this equipment and be able to install them and be able to get us prepared and be ready to host the games. Mr. Speaker, once Finance Ministry also released the AfriExim facility is concluded and the Finance Ministry released it to the contractors. The contractors have assured this, myself as a minister, and also this committee, that once the funding is released, the IPCs, they will be able to provide the facilities on time for us to host the game. So I'm appealing to this August House to approve this exemption. Also, to allay the fears of the Finance Committee, the other local contractors, they are not going to be exempted. They are not going to be refused exemption on the equipment that they are going to also procure. As we speak, through the consultants, they've submitted their request for exemption to be granted to them, and the committee and this August House will receive the request in that respect. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yes, honourable members. The motion has been moved, has been seconded, has been debated. The question is, all those in favor of the motion listed 26 in today's order paper say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. 27.
Speaker.
27.
Item 27.
Yes, Minister, Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for item 27, resolution listed as item 27 on page 21 to be adopted. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I
Honorable
second.
Rankin. Very well. Honorable members, all those in favor of the resolution listed 27 today's order paper say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The resolution is hereby adopted.
Speaker, item 37 on page 30. 37, page 30.
Did you say 37?
Yes, indeed, 37.
Very well. So let me invite you to page 30. 30. Item listed 37. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import debt fund, import VAT, NHI Exim Bank Special Import Levy, COVID-19 Recovery Levy, and domestic VAT amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 8,752,905 euros to be procured on materials and equipment, works and services to be procured for the construction of the trauma hospitals in Obwasi and Enyinem, and accident and emergency centers at Inyiresi Hospital and Rehabilitation of the Obwasi Health Center. In the process, I would like to submit your committee's report, Mr. Speaker. I request the Hansa Department to capture the entire content whilst I take the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, your committee, having reviewed the request, went into it into detail and recommends to this House to approve these waivers so that the good people of Obwasi and Inyiresi can benefit from this important health facility. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Why is this self-seeking?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion, and to say that the chairman was so happy moving this motion for his constituency. Mr. Speaker, this is a tax exemption for the Obwasi Rehabilitation of Obwasi Health Center. Mr. Speaker, the intention at the time was to build a trauma hospital for the people of Obwasi and its enclaves. The committee considered the tax waiver requirement being for the purposes of equipment for the construction of the health center. Mr. Speaker, we all accepted that it's something that we have to do. And so we ask that the House approve it. Mr. Speaker, the chairman is particularly interested in this matter. And he has pushed it with all the strength in him. And you could see how he was smiling when he was moving this, so that the people of his constituency will look at him favorably in the next primaries, the Speaker, and the general election. I have no objection against it, but only to say that in future he should allow his deputy to move this motion so that it doesn't become conflict of interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Ranking. Are you saying the chairman alone is happy? Probably I'm happier than the chairman himself. Honourable members, the motion has been moved, has been seconded before the House. If nobody is contributing, then I'll put the question. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. All those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. Yes, the Minister, may you take 38.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for resolution item listed 38 on page 30 to be adopted. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the resolution has been moved and has been seconded. All those in favour of the resolution listed 38, say aye. All those in favour of the resolution listed 38 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. Yes, Chief Whip.
Speaker, shall we move to page 47 and begin with item 64 on page 47.
Yes. The Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that motion item listed 64 be adopted. Be moved today, Mr. Speaker. Moved today. I so move.
Well. Yes, Ranking.
Mr. Speaker, this is a bill, and it must be subject to the Constitution. And if for any reason he's suspending, it's a financial bill. If for any reason he's suspending, he should at least tell us why he wants us to suspend our orders. Maybe it's for urgency. Then we can all agree and then move on to do it. So he should tell us why he wants us to suspend it.
Please second this procedure. Just second it for us. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, even if we advertise it, doesn't mean that we should make a wrong constitutional argument. What is the basis of his argument? That you need to give justification. You should point to a provision in the rules book to fortify his argument. Yes, just point. Where is your rules book? I can give you mine. If you don't have yours with you, I have mine.
Leader.
No, I'm giving it to him.
Leader, let's move on. Let's move on, please. Yes. Honourable Member, this is procedural.
I just want to draw the Deputy Majority's attention that at conclave today, we said we must fast track business to close at 1. So some of those things, allow them to go. It's almost 1 o'clock now.
Honourable members, the motion, as I said, is procedural. So the question is, all those in favour of okay, second it for us.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion, but next time you should give us the reason why he suspended the others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. All those in favour of the motion listed 64, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. Yes.
Speaker, shall we now take item 65? 65 on same page 47.
Yes. 65 motion.
Mr. Speaker, may I move that the Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2022 be now read a second time.
Well. The chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to grant a waiver of penalty and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by December 2022. Mr. Speaker, this government has decided to grant the amnesty for a further period from 1st July 2022 to December 31st, 2022. It is estimated that additional arrears of 500 million cedis will be recovered during this period of extension. So, Mr. Speaker, we respectfully ask for this motion to be moved. I so move.
Well, now the chairman of the committee may represent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion and in the process present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I just want to put it on record that the last time I tried to do this, an attempt was made to correct me that you don't second reading of bills. Mr. Speaker, I've gone to do the research. I've spoken to senior members of this House. It was a misleading position and direction that Honorable Akufo-Addo tried to lead me then. I have corrected myself. And Mr. Speaker, I withdraw what I said about Honorable Akufo-Addo. I withdraw what I said about Honorable Akufo-Addo. I rise to second the motion and in the process present your committee's report. Secondly, yes. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second. Mr. Speaker, no motion. Mr. Speaker, we are going through that exercise again. No motion can be taken on the floor unless it has been seconded. The last time I raised this, I was advised that there is an exception. Mr. Speaker, anybody should show me what the exception is in the standing orders. A bill is seconded. I want to
Honorable Chairman of the committee, please address me. Just focus on the
Mr. Speaker, arise. Mr. Speaker, if anybody disagrees, they may come on a point of order and point us to the exception.
Honorable Chairman, I'm saying focus on the committee's report.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion and in the process present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the bill and the import of it has been clearly explained by the mover of the motion. The committee sat and Mr. Speaker had no amendment. We considered that this was necessary. We considered that this was necessary in order to extend the amnesty, and to ensure that the appropriate revenues.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, if we may read on the 81 of the rules book, or the 81 reads, unless otherwise provided in these orders, every motion, unless made at the second reading or consideration stage of a bill, must be seconded, and if not seconded, should not be debated or entered into the votes and proceedings. So, Mr. Speaker, the exception provided for the bill. So, I'm saying that when we are considering a bill, it is not to be construed as a motion, properly so called. So he can only support it. He is not to second. That is what the rule says. And I'm fortified by the rules with respect. It's okay. Mr. Speaker, I will find appropriate time to settle this. No. But it's correct. It's the rule. But
Chairman,
Mr. Speaker,
Chairman, that is the position. So just focus on that.
Support, so you support.
It's okay. It's okay. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion, and in the process, continue with the presentation of your committee's report. As I indicated, there was no amendment to the bill as was brought before the committee. We consider that this extension in the amnesty was necessary in order to amplify the benefits that we have reaped from the amnesty that was requested previously. The committee therefore respectfully urge this House to approve this bill to become law so that the objectives will be achieved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Honourable members, pursuant to our standing orders 127, we are to debate the bill, but due to time, we are going to control the members. So let me begin from you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the reading of the bill for the second time. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, Mr. Speaker, let me first say that I would have thought that the minister who started by accusing me, the chairman of the committee, who started by accusing
Honorable member,
Speaker,
please, let's focus.
Mr. Speaker, the man accused me. It is only right for him to withdraw it. He said I misled him.
Honorable member, he has
been in a
withdrawn
militant
it.
mood today.
Honorable member, he has withdrawn it. Please focus. Let's.
Okay, so Mr. Speaker, I just needed to reiterate that point, that he should understand that I'm senior to him in this house. I was here 4 good years before he came. Even at the ministry, I'm senior to him. And so when I try to help him, he should understand that I'm only trying to help him, and not to necessarily say that Atu should withdraw, apologize, and trying to mislead him. He should stop that. Mr. Speaker, I support this motion. I support this motion in good faith. Mr. Speaker, I support it in good faith in the sense that I recall when the ministry presented this, November last year, we had earlier on informed them that we believe that this is a good bill. And so the 6-month period is too small, short. So they should extend it to cover the 12-month period, so that we can have this in 12 months. The Speaker, unfortunately, the ministry, they did not listen. And they are asking us to do double job. In fact, the Speaker, the last 6 months, they've been able to rake in revenue of 1.4 billion Ghana cedis. And they are saying that if we extend it for another 6 months, in a way that people who have tax obligation will be able to be bold enough to go and pay without interest and penalties, they will get additional 500 million Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, this is something we should all support. Mr. Speaker, if you ask me, I would actually say that we should give them 1 more year. 1 more year, so that taxpayers who for some reason they have obligations to the state, but Mr. Speaker, they are afraid to go forward because the taxes that have become interest and penalties is far in excess of what they have to pay. So, because Mr. Speaker, as a result, they are afraid to go forward. Mr. Speaker, let us give them 1 more year. If we give them 1 more year, we will rake in more revenue. Mr. Speaker, this is a form of amnesty. Countries does it to rake in revenue. Let's do it. It's a normal thing. So 6 more months, yes, it's good. But please, I would wish, let's extend it to the year 2023, end 2023, so that the Ghana Revenue Authority and the government can get some revenue. They should heed this simple advice. It will help the country. First 6 months, 1.4. You are saying if you do it another 6 months, you get 500 million extra. Let's add 1 more year and see what we can get from it. It will be very beneficial to all of us as a country. Instead of imposing e-levy, this will be helpful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Now I'll put the question. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 65 is hereby adopted.
An act to grant a waiver of penalties and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by December 2022 and to provide for related matters.
We finish. Okay, honourable members, the penalty and interest waiver bill 2022 read accordingly a second time.
Speaker, we are ready for item 67, the penalty and interest waiver bill 2022 at the consideration stage. And so you indulge me, we will take 66, which is procedural. And the Deputy Minister will do that.
Yes, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 128, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through a consideration stage which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the penalty and interest waiver bill 2022 may be taken today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The motion has been moved. Who is seconding it? Yes, Honourable Member for Drobonso.
I'd like to second the motion.
Yes, Honourable Member, this is procedural. The motion has been moved. The question is, all those in favor of the procedural motion say aye. All those against say no. Honourable Members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now,
Speaker, we can now take the consideration as at item 67, and it will be led by the Vice Chair, the able Vice Chair of the committee.
yes, Honourable Members, we are still at page 47, Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2022 at the consideration stage. Yes, honourable members, we will begin with Chairman. We will begin with clause 1.
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. Clause 1, there are no advertised amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. So you wait. Clause 1.
Waiver of penalty and interest on accumulated tax arrears.
Mr. Speaker, there are no advertised amendments. So you can put the question, please.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize that there's no amendment from the committee.
You
Speaker,
propose an amendment.
I'm of the view that, in view of the fact that this singular government policy has been very beneficial and it continues to bring in revenue, the date, as we have in the clause 1, should be changed to 31st December 2023. So that, Mr. Speaker, the government can extend the policy and raise in more revenue. That's my view. If, for instance, for any reason, members do not agree, Mr. Speaker, I'm a tax professional and I know what amnesties means. It brings in revenue to the state, and I believe that professionally, this is something we should support and it will help the nation rake in revenue.
Very well. So can you propose the rendition?
Mr. Speaker, I advise that he moves that amendment during the second consideration. Then we go to third reading. So let's go through clause by clause.
Second consideration.
Yeah,
are you coming back? Let's do it and move on. Vice Chairman, let's do it and move on. So I don't think we'll have the time to come back. Yes. Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have a very strong confidence in my ranking member as a former Deputy Finance Minister in tax. Mr. Speaker, on this, I want to differ or disagree with the extension of the date that is given. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with amnesty, and you are giving Ghanaian business up to 31st December 2022. The Speaker, businesses that are at the verge of defaulting will rush, thinking that if by 31st December we are not going to able to take advantage of this opportunity, the Speaker, we may fall out. So extending it to 31st December 2023 will be too long. And the Speaker, there will be no sense of urgency in compliance. So I think for the first one, for the first time, the experts will listen to some of we there. No, I don't want to say lay people, with the strategists.
Yes, honorable members, Ato, may you give us the rendition?
Mr. Speaker, the reason why I think it is important stems from the fact that, yes, the penalties and interest will only apply to companies that have not paid their taxes before 2020. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not new companies. So these are owings, and you are trying to attract them to come and pay. So I am of the view that you need to entice them. The reason why some of them are not paying, Mr. Speaker, is because of cash flow. For instance, Mr. Speaker, if I owe 10 million Ghana cedis, and the interest and penalties accrued over the period is another 10 million Ghana cedis, my obligation now becomes 20. So going forward, to own up and paying 20 million becomes a problem. However, if this amnesty exists, I can take advantage and pay the 10 million. Yeah. If I'm a tax official, I'll be interested in getting the money at all. Because the Speaker, they will go underground and you can't find them. Government should be given opportunity to rake in this revenue. And that is why from January to date, government has raised 1.4 billion Ghana cedis because of the policy. The Speaker, the ministry informed us that in the next 6 months, they will rake another 500 million Ghana cedis before the year end. I cannot accept probably amnesty in perpetuity. But I'm saying, since government is still making money from it, let us extend it. Extend it. Probably if December is too long, probably we can make it December.
Give us the rendition.
Mr. Speaker, I move that clause 1.1, instead of where a person on or before 31st December 2022, I want it to read on or before 30th June 2023. 30th June 2023, 12 months from now. Speaker,
honorable members, there is a proposed amendment. All those in favor of the... Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, ordinarily I should not have a difficulty with the proposal he has made. But Mr. Speaker, penalties and with interest. If the ministry has found it necessary to come at the first instant to get a certain relief, and now says it wants to extend it by just another year, we should have very compelling reasons in order to alter that policy position. Do we want to create the impression that you become year after year and be giving amnesty to people who have actually not complied with their tax obligations? It is not a decision you make lightly. So I know my good friend means well. I even hope that after this amnesty, there will be none again. GRA should go after those who are not in compliance and punish them. We cannot deepen a culture that says, if you don't get in compliance, at some point, you will get amnesty, and then you would get away with it. So I'll plead with my colleague that let's leave the policy position as government has brought, as it is. If next year government wants to come and extend, these amendments don't take too much energy and time. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, I was disagreeing with my ranking member to give some flexibility to government. But the way the chairman has spoken that GRA should go after the people, Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. I now support the amendment.
Yes, honorable member for Kita.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know that we are not in normal times. Running business nowadays is very difficult. So if we are not in normal times and government want to give relief to people who entice them to bring more money to the government, we should all go for this. And giving up to 31st of 2023, I don't think it should be June. I don't think it's something that we should labor about.
So, in my view, I support the.
Very well. It's Parliament that passes the law. Government has come out with the policy. So, if we don't want the amendment, let's vote against it and move on. So, there is a proposed amendment. Unless the proposer decides to abandon his motion. Are you abandoning it?
Mr. Chairman, the Chairman and the Deputy Minister, they are asking me to abandon my amendment or my proposal. Mr. Speaker, I beg to say that, yes, it's government, the policy rests with them. We can only advise. Mr. Speaker, mark it on the wall. This administration will come back.
Are you abandoning your proposal?
Mark it on the wall. They will come back. But I will abandon it, but I won't be surprised that in the next budget they will
Honourable
come back.
members, the proposed amendment has been abandoned. So the question is, all those in favour that cross one stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. Cross one stands part of the bill. Cross two.
Conditions for waiver of penalty and interest.
There's no proposed amendment.
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker.
There's no proposed amendment. All those in favour that cross two stands part of the bill say aye. Please, I want you to respond. All those in favour that cross two stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. Cross two now stands part of the bill. Cross three.
Scope of waiver.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any advertised amendment. Mr. Okujeto, please shout. Okujeto, say aye or nay.
Very well. There's no proposed amendment to cross three. All those in favour that cross three stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Cross three stands part of the bill. We move to cross four.
Application for waiver.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, there's no proposed amendment for to cross four. All those in favour that cross four stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Cross four stands part of the bill. We move to cross five.
Consideration of application for waiver.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any proposed amendment. You can put the question, please.
Very well. There's no proposed amendment to cross five. All those in favour that cross five stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Cross five now stands part of the bill. I don't have a copy of the bill. Do we have other subsequent clauses?
Mr. Speaker, clause 6. We don't
Clause
have any.
6.
Complaints and dissemination of complaints.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any proposed amendment.
All those in favour that cross 6 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Cross 6 stands part of the bill. Clause 7.
Terms of payment.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any proposed amendment.
Honourable members, there is no proposed amendment to clause 7. All those in favour that clause 7 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Clause 8.
Remission of tax.
Mr. Speaker, no proposed amendment, please.
There's no proposed amendment to clause 8. All those in favour that clause 8 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 8 stands part of the bill. We move to clause 9.
Reporting.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any proposed amendment.
Honourable members, there is no proposed amendment to clause 9. All those in favour that clause 9 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Return to clause 10.
Regulations.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any proposed amendment.
Honorable members, there's no proposed amendment to clause 10. All those in favor that clause 10 stands part of the bill say aye. Honorable members, the backbenchers, all those in favor that clause 10 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 now stands part of the bill. Clause 11.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any proposed amendments. You can put the question, please. To clause 11, Mr. Speaker, you can put the question.
Honorable members, clause 11.
Administrative guidelines.
Clause 11, there's no proposed amendment to clause 11. All those in favor that clause 11 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 now stands part of the bill. Clause 12.
Interpretation.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any advertised amendments. You may put the question.
There is no proposed amendment to clause 12. All those in favor that clause 12 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment, clause 12 now stands part of the bill. Clause 13, last one.
Repeal and savings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. God bless you. We don't have any advertised amendment.
Very well. Clause 13, there's no proposed amendment. All those in favor that clause 13 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Why? Yes, let me listen to you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is just an important point of information which I think can guide all of us. Earlier, the Honorable Patrick Boama, the respected Member of Parliament and a very good friend of mine, mentioned my name and wanting to compel me to vote. And I have noticed that also in the course of proceedings, people are being cajoled and virtually compelled to, even if they are not really, decided to vote either by saying ayes or saying no. Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw attention and to remind my good brother, the Honorable Patrick Boama, that per our standing orders, voting is not compulsory. You can't compel members to vote. Order 1135 is very clear. A member is not obliged to vote.
You've abstained. It's okay.
You can abstain. And throughout our standing orders, you can abstain. So we plead with honorable colleagues, and sometimes we can choose to abstain. It's also a decision. Yeah. So honorable Patrick Boama, don't lead me into temptation.
Well noted. Well taken.
Don't force me to vote when I don't want to vote. I'm not obliged to vote.
Well
Thank you,
noted.
Mr. Speaker.
So, long title.
An act to grant a waiver of penalties and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by December 2022 and to provide for related matters.
Mr. Speaker, again, we don't have any amendment to the long title, so you can put the question.
There's no proposed amendment to the long title. All those in favor that the long title stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The long title now stands part of the bill. Now, we've come to the end of the consideration stage.
Speaker, I guess we are ready to take item 68. 68.
Yes. Now the Deputy Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a motion listed as item 68 may be moved today. Respectfully, I so move.
Yes, Franklin.
I second the motion.
Honorable Member, this procedural motion. All those in favor? That motion listed 68 be adopted, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable Member, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. Yes, 69.
Speaker, you are ready for 69.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the penalty and interest waiver bill 2022 be now read the third time.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let the government be aware that we have been supporting government to implement its revenue policies. And so it's not only e-levy that is government policy. This is also government policy, and we support them.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved. It has been seconded. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 69, say aye. All those against, say no. It's obvious the ayes have it. The motion listed as 69 in today's order paper is hereby adopted.
An act to grant a waiver of penalties and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by December 2020 and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the penalty and interest waiver bill 2022 is duly read the third time and passed. Yes.
Speaker, shall we take item 70 on page 48? Item 70, 70, procedural motion to item 71. And again, Speaker, with your leave, to be done by the Deputy Minister. Item 70.
So let's remain the same page 48. The same page 48, item listed 70, motion by the Minister, now Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that motion listed as item 30 may be moved today. I so move.
Yes, Honorable Atufosin.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, this procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, 71. The Minister. Yes, sure.
Before the minister proceed, I'm of the view that members must be carried along. So copies of the reports that are available should be distributed to members. I could see the ranking member himself, who we have reposed our confidence in, and is our eye in the committee. He's now struggling to find even a copy. And I don't think...
They've just brought me one.
They've just brought it. So if same can be done to other members, I think, and other reports, so that we can expedite, because it's almost past 1 now.
No, I think it's very important. Very, very important. At times, the speaker sitting here may not even have. So it's important that we distribute the report. So, Deputy Minister, may you take item listed 71.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022 be now read a second time.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the Income Tax Amendment Act 2022 is an act to amend the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, to provide for the exemption from tax of the gains from the realization of securities listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange for extended concession for income tax stamp and vehicle income tax systems, and to provide for related matters. Mr. Speaker, it was passed by Parliament and assented to by the President, and we shall seek to amend Section 7 and the C schedule of the Act. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Tuforsen. Oh, okay, hold on. Yes,
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to the motion, not second the motion.
Support.
And in the process, present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the officials from the Ministry of Finance and officers also from the Ghana Revenue Authority appeared before your committee to help us consider this. It is essentially had two items that they wanted to amend in the existing Income Tax Act. The committee reviewed the two items and considered that the first clause was inconsistent with the exemptions bill that this House has passed, and accordingly, when we get to the consideration stage, I will be proposing an amendment. But otherwise, the committee had no issue with the bill, and we recommend to the House to support it and pass it into law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Atto Forsen, I hear you now.
Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me also say that we are called upon to do two things. First, Mr. Speaker, to extend the exemption for vehicle income tax for another 6 months. Mr. Speaker, again, when they came to us, we said that they should make it 1 year. Now we've been called upon to do another 6 months. Mr. Speaker, granted, we support the extension of the exemption of vehicle income tax for another 6 months. The second one, Mr. Speaker, is to exempt the payment of tax, capital gains tax, for people operating in the capital market, particularly on equities. Mr. Speaker, I have my reservation with that. Mr. Speaker, I have my reservation in the sense that our country needs revenue. Yes, to the extent that we are called on the ordinary Ghanaian to pay taxes in a way of a tax on payment systems, e-levy. Why are we exempting people who have excess money to the extent that they are buying equities in the stock market? Equities, shares in the capital market. Mr. Speaker, for 30 years, Ghana has been supporting the Ghana Stock Exchange in a form of tax exemptions. Mr. Speaker, the time has come for us to remove that exemption. Mr. Speaker, I recall that in the year 2016, the new Income Tax Act 2015 took effect. And in that act, the capital market had to start paying taxes, only for it to be removed again for another 5 years. 5 years expires this year, Mr. Speaker, in 2017, after 2017. Mr. Speaker, I think the time has come for us not to exempt the Ghana Stock Exchange operators any longer. They should also pay taxes. The country needs taxes. And we cannot be exempting taxes left, right, and center like that. Mr. Speaker, this one, both myself and my chairman, we agree that we should not grant this one. We should grant the tax exemption on the vehicle income tax. And then the operators of the capital market should be given the opportunity also to contribute towards the nation building. We need revenue. We are taxing the ordinary Ghanaian to pay taxes. We are encouraging them to pay taxes. So please, Mr. Speaker, we support this, but when we get to that clause, Mr. Speaker, we've all agreed that we will delete that clause because we believe that it is not in the best interest of the country. Money, everybody must contribute their widow's mite. The rich man must contribute, same as the poor man is being called upon to even pay taxes through e-levy. Mr. Speaker, we cannot accept that. While the ordinary person is paying taxes, the person who is contributing or earning income through the stock market should not be paying taxes. Mr. Speaker, I submit. Taxes must not be regressive. It must be progressive. And since it's progressive, the one making more money must pay. You are more interested in regressive taxes in a form of e-levy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. If there's no other contributor, then I'll put the question. All those in favor of the motion listed 71 in today's order paper say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 71 in today's order paper is adopted.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, to provide for the exemption from tax of the gains from the realization of securities listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange, extend concession for income tax stamps and vehicle income tax systems, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022 read accordingly a second time. Yes. Leader, Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if you'll be pleased, we may proceed to item 72.
Yes. It's a procedural motion. The Deputy Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion listed at item 72 may be taken today. I so move. Thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, I second the motion.
Well. The motion has been moved and seconded. This is procedural motion. And the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
The Speaker, 73, please.
Honourable members, item 73 in the same page 48, Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022 at the consideration stage. Very well. We will proceed from clause 1.
Section 7 of Act 896 amended.
Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker. There is one committee amendment. Clause 1, amendment proposed, delete. Delete, and the reason was, as the ranking explained during the consideration of, during the second reading, that these are difficult times. Everybody is being invited to contribute to revenue. We have just had an exemptions bill seeking to take away exemptions that even much less, people with much less income enjoy. We did not consider that this was consistent with that, and therefore we consider that this exemption be, that is why we recommend that we delete it.
So may you give the rendition?
The first one, Section 7 of Act 896 amended, and then you have the income tax, and it goes on. That should be deleted. So clause 1 should be deleted.
Well. Honourable Member, there is a proposed amendment to clause 1. All those in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable Members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. I'll put the entire clause 1. All those in favour that clause 1 as amended stands part. All those in favour that clause 1 has been deleted. Chairman, is that the case? Clause 1 has deleted. Say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Clause 2.
Sixth schedule to Act 896 amended.
Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
Honourable Members, there is no proposed amendment to clause 2. All those in favour that clause 2 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable Members, the ayes have it. Clause 2 stands part of the bill. We move to clause 3. There's no clause. Well. Chairman, the long title. Any proposed amendment?
No, there's no amendment to both the long and the short titles.
Well. All those in favour that the long title stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. The long title stands part of the bill. So, honourable members, we come to the end of the consideration stage. Is there an issue? Chairman?
Yes, Mr.
Is there
Speaker,
an issue?
having deleted clause 1, there ought to be consequential amendment in the long title. As it is, it reads as follows. An act to amend the Income Tax Act 2015 to provide for the exemption of tax of the gains from the realization of securities on the stock exchange, extend concession. So we delete from, it should be an act to amend the Income Tax Act to provide for the extension or to extend concession for the Speaker shortly. Yes, it should read as follows. An act to amend the Income Tax Act 2015 Act 896 to extend concession for income tax stamp and vehicle income tax system and to provide for related matters. I so move, Mr.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion that was moved by the Chairman. Mr. Speaker, it's consequential because since we deleted the first clause, then it has to apply to the long title.
Yes.
So,
Thank you. Since we've already brought consideration to a stage, may I direct the drafters to take into consideration the amendment made by the chairman in terms of the long title. Very well. So, Leader, you move to 75?
Speaker, item numbered 74.
74. Yes, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion item listed at item 74 may be moved today. I so move.
Yes, Honorable Atuforsen.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, this is procedural motion. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is yes, 75. Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022 be now read the third time. I so move.
Yes, Honorable Atuforsen.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I put the question, and the question is all those in favor that motion listed 75 be adopted, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, to extend concession for income tax stamp and vehicle income tax systems and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022 is duly read the third time and passed. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, 76.
Yes. We are in the same page 49. Same page 49. Item listed 76. Motion. Deputy Finance Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Also.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion item listed, motion listed as item 76 may be moved today. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Well, this is procedural. And the question is, all those in favor of the motion, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The procedural motion is adopted.
Speaker, 77.
Yes. We move to 77, the same page. Yes, Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Value-Added Tax Amendment Bill 2022 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to amend the Value-Added Tax Act 2013, Act 870, to broaden the scope for the taxation of electronic commerce, provide for the electronic issuance of a tax invoice, and upfront payment of value-added tax by an unregistered importer, and the zero rating of the supply of locally assembled vehicles. The digital economy presents potentially untapped source of revenue for Ghana as the country continues to witness an increase in e-commerce activity and a decrease in profits from traditional industries, especially when COVID struck. These digital multinationals create value and make significant profit through the supply of online services to consumers in Ghana. There is therefore the need to amend our tax laws to include provisions for taxing non-resident persons who supply digital and telecommunication services. Mr. Speaker, compliance with the value-added tax has traditionally been a challenge to the largely informal nature of transactions in the economy. Quite a number of importers who are registrable for VAT are currently not in the database of the Ghana Revenue Authority. To assure revenue, an upfront payment of 12.5% on the cost, insurance and freight value of a taxable good imported by a person who has not registered for VAT will be imposed at the ports of entry. An importer will, however, be permitted to recover the upfront payment when the importer registers and files a value-added tax return. Accordingly, the bill seeks to amend the VAT Act 2013, Act 870, to broaden the scope for the taxation of electronic commerce, provide for electronic issuance of a tax invoice, and upfront payment of VAT by an unregistered importer, and the zero rating of the supply of locally assembled vehicles. It is envisaged that cumulatively, the amendment to the VAT Act 2013, Act 870, would result in a tax revenue of approximately 750 million cedis. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. Let me hear the chairman.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to the motion and in the process present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, we met with officials from Finance and the GRA. We reviewed the amendment bill and had no reason to suggest any amendments to the bill. We have just one amendment which we would propose when we come to the consideration stage. But we considered it carefully and recommend it to this House that we pass this amendment bill into law so that the accompanying revenue administration benefits can be realized. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Atufosin.
Mr. Speaker, I also rise to speak to the scene that was made. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to do four things. First, the bill seeks to amend Section 16 of the original enactment, Act 870. The Speaker, Section 16 deals with electronic commerce and the fact that we will have to tax them for the purposes of value-added tax consumption. Mr. Speaker, the world has been evolving over the years. Now, businesses have moved from permanent establishment where you can go to their offices Mr. Speaker, to online. Electronic commerce has become the order of the day. Mr. Speaker, the OECD countries currently are debating on the electronic economy to the extent that governments across the world will need to find a way and tax them appropriately. Mr. Speaker, currently, between the two of us, if I decide to go to, say, Accra Mall to buy a phone, I will be entitled to pay value-added tax if the person I'm buying from is VAT registered. Mr. Speaker, if you buy online, say from Amazon, you will not be paying value-added tax because it will be shipped directly to you, and if it doesn't go through proper processes, and if it doesn't go through customs, they will not get you to pay the VAT. That is why, Mr. Speaker, all over the world, regulations are evolving to find a better way to tax businesses properly, as long as electronic commerce is concerned. I think Ghana has spent so many years on this, in this regard. Mr. Speaker, yes, the amendment is in good faith, it's in good order, but I think we can even go a step further. Mr. Speaker, what countries does is that they have a payment system where if you purchase online, you will be found wanting in a way that they will find a way and tax you appropriately. I think the legislation is good in broadening it and strengthening the provisions in Act 870, particularly Section 16. Mr. Speaker, I think it's something that we should all support. Mr. Speaker, the second amendment has to do with the fact that the government intends to zero-rate companies that are actually assembling vehicles in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in VAT, for the purposes of value-added tax, if you exempt a company, it is not beneficial to the company. But rather, if you zero-rate them, then it means that the company can collect VAT, but they will not be charging VAT. And so in the end, it is beneficial to the company. Mr. Speaker, my only concern has to do with the fact that since we are calling on everybody to pay VAT, why are we exempting or reducing the VAT that the person who is buying car, the consumer of cars, the one who will use SUVs from the payment of VAT? That is where I have my concern. Mr. Speaker, probably the government wants to encourage the automobile industry, but the benefit is not going to the automobile industry because it's VAT. They will be passing on to the person who purchases it. And that is why I'm saying, since we are calling on everybody to contribute their widow's mite, somebody must also be encouraged to pay. Mr. Speaker, I'm not opposing it, but I'm drawing your attention. Mr. Speaker, my next point has to do with the fact that this very value-added tax amendment, again, is seeking to introduce what we call electronic invoicing. Electronic invoicing, where companies that have registered for the purposes of collecting VAT will now be compelled, instead of using the VAT receipt, will now be encouraged to be using electronic invoicing. Mr. Speaker, this will require that all those companies will now have to have a laptop and use a system that is linked to Ghana Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, it is beneficial. I concede that it's beneficial. But Mr. Speaker, in the case of Ghana, our economy is largely informal. Our economy is largely informal. The man in the Jumako market who is VAT registered but doesn't have computers and doesn't even know how to operate computer, how is the person going to operate VAT invoice on a computer? The Speaker, it is good. The man in secondary market will also be encouraged the same thing. The Speaker, that is what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that even though it's a good policy, we should be careful not to erode the tax base. Not to erode the tax base. Because if you erode the tax base, you will not be able to get the money. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, before we left office in 2016, we have recommended to government to introduce the electronic, we call it EPOS. I think that the name is Electronic Point of Sale Device. EPOS. Some countries call it fiscal device. FEDS. So, Speaker, this is like a point of sale device where VAT invoices are done using the point of sale device. That one is for everybody to be able to use it. So this system, Mr. Speaker, it can be very beneficial to the companies such as Melcom and all those big supermarkets. But for those small companies, let's be careful. Let's be careful. We may end up eroding the tax base. Mr. Speaker, I support the initiatives because they are in good order, but with caution that we should proceed carefully and end up eroding the tax base.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all those in favour of the motion say aye. All those against say no. It's obvious the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Value Added Tax Act 2013 Act 870 to provide for the upfront payment of value-added tax by an unregistered importer, the taxation of electronic commerce, the electronic issuance of a tax invoice, the zero rating of the supply of locally assembled vehicles, and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2022 read accordingly a second time. Yes. We move to 78, eh?
Speaker, 78.
Very well. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion listed as item 78 may be taken today. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, this procedural motion, all those in favour of the motion say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We move to 79, Minister. Honourable members,
Mr. Speaker, I note that whilst working at the Backdoors Conclave, there are some staff from the various ministries who probably are here to support the minister answer a question. I'm afraid, I'm not sure today we can take parliamentary questions time. So if I have the concurrence of the leader, you may want to free them so that they can go back to their offices and work. It doesn't appear that today we would want to take those questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, we move to 79. Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2022 consideration stage. Let them sit there. Let them sit there. They are members of parliament. Let them sit in. Oh, okay. Yes, leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I was just having some discussions with the minister himself that it doesn't appear likely that we'll be able to do this. But I guess after these considerations, we may move to the closing ceremonies. So you may want to discuss them. Perhaps when we return, the next meeting, we'll hold it.
Oh no, can we go and do the consideration? Let's finish this particular one. Yes. So, honourable members, we will begin from clause 1.
Section 15A inserted.
Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
There's no amendment from the committee.
Honourable members, there's no proposed amendment to clause 1. All those in favour that clause 1 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 1 stands part of the bill. We move to cross 2.
Section 16 of Act 870 amended.
Chairman, is there any proposal to cross 2? Proposed amendment to cross 2?
There's no amendment to the entire.
Very well. Honorable members, there's no proposed amendment to the entire cross 2. All those in favor that cross 2 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Cross 2 now stands part of the bill. We turn to cross 3.
Section 41 of Act 870 amended.
Chairman, Vice Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
No proposed amendments.
Yes, Honorable Champon. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, clause 3 is seeking to introduce some new taxes for the purpose of section 1. That's clause A. Digital service include social networking, online gaming, cloud services, video or audio streaming, digital and marketplace operations, online and advertisement services. Mr. Speaker, I want to propose that we delete online gaming, because, Mr. Speaker, times are hard. And recently we introduced e-levy. Young guys are taking advantage of this online gaming to at least also make some living. And in addition, we are going to also impose these taxes on them. So, Mr. Speaker, I want us to delay the online gaming from clause 3. I so propose.
Honorable Champon, where are you? Clause 3. Where exactly?
Mr. Speaker, 3A, you see online gaming. I want us to delete online gaming, so that it will not be included in this new arrangement that we are seeking to do. Times are hard.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I am encouraged by the discussion that happened on this particular matter at the committee level to vehemently oppose the amendment that my colleague is seeking to make. Mr. Speaker, have a minute. Let me explain what this bill is seeking to do. Traditionally, we have people trading in the streets and in the market in person. So all those people have been paying VAT. Now, increasingly, we are seeing shops within the digital space. We call it the digital economy. So people are no more selling in the streets. They are selling on the internet. Now, what government is seeking to do by this amendment to the VAT Act is to say that those to do business in the street, of course you would pay VAT. If you move online to do the same business, you will still pay VAT. So an amendment is being brought to clarify the inclusion of even online businesses also within the VAT bracket. Now, those that the GRA and government have considered and have put before us to be included in this expansion of the tax net is social networking, online gaming, cloud services, and I procure cloud services a lot, video or audio streaming, digital marketplace operations, online advertisement services. So we're just trying to create an even playing field for those who want to trade in the streets and in the market in person, and those who choose to do business online.
what my good friend, and he's a very important member of our committee, but very wrong on this occasion, what he is proposing is that for all those we want to include in the VAT net, he is comfortable. But when it comes to gaming, that you can go to the gaming parks and game. And in accordance with current law, you are required to pay VAT. Yes. But if only you will sit in your room and play the games online, then as for you, he does not understand why you must pay VAT. I am opposed to this discrimination, and I urge members not to accept his proposal and accept the amendment that government is bringing. I so oppose.
Yes. Honorable Champion, the chairman opposed your proposed amendment. Are you abandoning it?
Mr. Speaker, I still maintain my position. Because, Mr. Speaker, before you do the online gaming, there must be internet connectivity. So the person will buy internet, and in the course of buying the internet, that person will also pay VAT and other charges. So the youth, right now the government is saying he's going to apply this online gaming tax on the youth. Come September 1st, Mr. Speaker, NACO will be a thing of the past. We are going to render many of the youth unemployed. And this very system that the youth also survive, we are going to impose another tax on them. Mr. Speaker, we are not trying to be fair to our youth. So I do agree with all explanation given by my chairman. If you are doing social networking, you pay VAT. And that same person will do social networking in addition to online gaming. So let us pay the social networking, let us pay the class services, and take on the online gaming, at least, Mr. Speaker. Times are hard. Let's think about the youth. We can't task our way through to get all the resources that we need. Thank you very much.
Well. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I will persuade the Honorable Achampong. But Mr. Speaker, truth be told, when you were doing the second reading of this important bill, I was engaging the Speaker with the leader on a vexed matter. But Mr. Speaker, my attention having been drawn to the committee's report, particularly in page 3, and the clause that you are working on. Fortunately, the Honorable Minister for Communication is sitting right behind the chairman. Mr. Speaker, on some of these matters, cross-ministerial consultation is important. And we should be careful that we don't go across to suffer from the headwind of lack of consultation. Because, Mr. Speaker, I will come to the substance of a champion. You can stand by your bill. But you see, Chairman, if we go back to your observations, the country has also seen a drop in traditional tax revenue as digital multinationals and other e-commerce businesses. Those digital multinationals pay taxes in their countries of origin. And therefore, if you want to subject them to a consumption of VAT tax, you may engender conflict. That is why you must understand the electronic space. I'm saying that there must be cross-consultation. It goes further to say that e-commerce businesses trade remotely without physical presence. So if you are in California or in Florida and you are undertaking a business electronic, this bill envisages that it will capture you to pay taxes. That is my understanding. So I'm only advising you can proceed further, but I'm disappointed that on a major bill like this, there is no cross-ministerial consultation to understand the landscape. You see, it is not just passing the law. You came and passed e-levy. You are walking through some headwinds because you didn't understand the electronic landscape. I'm only advising, I'm not against it. But I'm saying, you are doing your business in Nkoko using an IT platform, must the value-added tax regime in UK want to tax you because of this business? I'm just asking for a clarification. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Champon, are you abandoning it?
Mr. Speaker, let's put it to vote and see who.
Are you abandoning it?
No, I still stand by my amendment.
Well. Yes, Honorable Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ghana is a sovereign nation, and anybody who is trading in this country must pay tax, whether the infrastructure or the application originates from Ghana or not. Mr. Speaker, where the world is going in technology, Google pays tax in Europe, even though Google is made in America. Microsoft is registered as a company in every country in Europe and are subject to the EU tax laws. And therefore they pay tax wherever they go. Mr. Speaker, we have a case where we have situations where companies in Ghana, instead of buying service, paying taxes, hosting them in Ghana and paying taxes, are hosting these services in the cloud. And all what this bill is saying that the taxes that you are avoiding by hosting your infrastructure here, you go ahead and host it in the cloud. But when you are paying for the service, you have to pay the value-added tax on it. Mr. Speaker, if you go on social media today, people are doing a lot of buying and selling and are not paying any taxes in every country. When you buy something on the net, if it is being advertised on social media, and you go ahead and click and you go and make payment, you pay VAT or you pay the taxes either to the state or to the federal government. Ghana cannot be exempt in such a situation. What the bill is suggesting is not to tax social media, it's not to tax WhatsApp. But when you go ahead and engage in trade on social media platforms, when you go ahead and host solutions in the cloud, when you go ahead and stream video, and you are paying for streaming services, whatever the platform is, as long as you are paying, then you must pay VAT. If the organizations, Mr. Speaker, if the companies that are doing business, we are unable to tax them, then when you are paying, Ghana will have to find a way to bill the organizations. And there are digital tools that the government can apply to be able to do so. Mr. Speaker, if you buy in Makola Market, and the trader is taxed, the trader pays lampo. If you buy on the net and you pay taxes, then if you buy on social media, you have to pay VAT. If you buy those services in the cloud, you have to pay VAT. If you do online gaming, you have to pay VAT on whatever the trading platform that it is. Mr. Speaker, this will not limit or restrict the use of technology, restrict the use of social media, or restrict the use of any other Mr. Speaker, this is a good deal. The bill as is should stand. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Champon, once again. Honorable Champon, I hope you've abandoned your... Well, I'll put the question. All those in favor, the proposed amendment to clause 3. All those in favor of the proposed amendment clause will say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the noes have it. Honorable members, the noes have it. Honorable members, the noes have it. The proposed amendment is turned down. So the original position is carried. Clause 4, section 4. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, before we go to clause 4, I have earlier indicated that there were no committee amendments. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, there is an amendment to clause 1.
And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, an amendment to clause 1. It's a very small amendment. So, Mr. Speaker, clause, with your leave, Mr. Speaker, with your leave. Amendment proposed, clause 1, paragraph 2, line 2, delete insurance and freight. Delete insurance and freight. Clause 1, paragraph 2, line 2, delete insurance and freight. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member, let's propose amendment to clause 1. We've come back to clause 1. All those in favour of the proposed amendment by the chairman say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Honourable. Hold on. All those in favour that clause 1 as variously amended stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 1 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Clause 4.
Section 42 of Act 870 amended.
Chairman of the committee, is there any proposed amendment to clause 4? Chairman of the committee, is there any proposed amendment 4? Chairman of the committee.
Please, there's no further committee amendments.
Well. All those in favour that clause 4 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against, honourable member, it's obvious. The ayes have it. Clause 4 stands part of the bill. We move to clause 5.
Section 48 of Act 870 amended.
Chairman, is there any proposed amendment to 5? Chairman, is there any proposed amendment to 5?
Mr. Speaker, we have no further committee amendments.
Well. Honourable members, there's no...
Mr. Speaker, you can be putting the questions on the clauses because we do not have any amendment from the committee.
But I should move one clause after the other. All those in favour that clause 5 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 5 stands part of the bill. We move to 6.
Section 52 of Act 870 amended.
Yes. Is there any proposed amendment?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Honourable member, there is no proposed amendment. The question is, all those in favour that clause 6 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. We move to 7.
Section 65 of Act 870 amended.
Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Well, there's no proposed amendment. That clause 7 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. It's obvious the ayes have it. The proposed the clause 7 now stands part of the bill. Turn to clause 8.
Second schedule to Act 870 amended.
Is there any proposed amendment?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. All those in favour that clause 8 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed clause 8 now stands part of the bill.
Speaker, can we look at the long title?
Yes, the long title.
An act to amend the Value Added Tax Act 2013 Act 870, to provide for the upfront payment of value-added tax by an unregistered importer, the taxation of electronic commerce, the electronic issuance of tax invoice, the zero rating of the supply of locally assembled vehicles, and for related matters.
Honourable Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
Speaker, we don't have any advertised amendment. You can put the question, please.
Honourable members, all those in favour that the long title stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. The long title stands part of the bill. Honourable members, we have come to the end of the consideration stage. Yes, honourable members, the same page 50, we moved at 80.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, motion listed as item 80. I beg to move that it be moved today. I so move.
Yes, the motion has been moved.
Rise to second the motion. Mr. Speaker, let it be noted that we've been working on finance bills without the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, this is an important tax bill, and the Minister of Finance should be here. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Yes, honourable members, this procedural motion, all those in favour of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The procedural motion listed 80 is hereby adopted. Yes, we move to 81.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Value-Added Tax Amendment Bill 2022 be now read the third time. I so move. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Ato.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Very well. Honourable members, all those in favour of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed as 81 in today's order paper is hereby carried.
An act to amend the Value-Added Tax Act 2013, Act 870, to provide for the upfront payment of value-added tax by an unregistered importer, the taxation of electronic commerce, the electronic issuance of a tax invoice, the zero rating of the supply of locally assembled vehicles, and for related matters.
Honourable, the Value-Added Tax Amendment Bill 2022 is duly read the third time and passed. Yes.
Speaker, may we now go on to presentation of papers, and take item VIII.
Item.
Yes. Speaker, 7C VIII on page 7. That's it.
Yes.
Yes. Honorable members, may I invite you to page 7. Page 7. Item listed CVIII by the chairman of the committee. Chairman of the committee.
Report of the Finance Committee on the loan facility agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the OPEC Fund for International Development, OFID, for an amount of $20 million United States dollars to finance the Integrated Rural Development Project, IRDP, Phase 2.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members. Are we doing IX?
No, Speaker. Speaker, we're going to page 17, and we start with the procedural motion listed as item 20 on page 17.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the procedural motion listed as item 20 on today's order paper be moved today. I so move.
Well. Honorable Otto.
Mr. Speaker, before I second, I want to look at the motion first, so I know exactly what
Motion
I'm second.
20.
In this era of ambush, I'm just second. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Yes. Honorable members, this procedural motion. All those in favor of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes. 21.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion listed as item 20, that this Honourable House adopt the report of the Finance Committee on the loan facility agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana and the OPEC Fund for International Development, for an amount of $20 million United States dollars to finance the Integrated Rural Development Project, IRDP Phase 2. Mr. Speaker, in moving this motion, I seek your permission to present the committee's report. We met with officials from the Ministry of Finance and other government officials. I request the Hansa Department to capture the entire content of the report whilst I listen to advice and go to the conclusion. In conclusion, the committee, having reviewed the report, recommends to this House to approve this facility so we may reap the benefits. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. The motion has been moved. Yes. Honorable member for Ho Central.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. In doing so, yesterday the document for this facility was presented to us, and the coordinator explained in detail what it can do in our various districts, that they will bring certain localized development activities in the various districts. And it's a kind of special intervention fund, social intervention fund. And he admonished us all to make approaches or prepare projects and approach him. He will be ready to use the fund here to address those things. We looked at the, Mr. Speaker, we looked at the terms of the loan and found that it was very reasonable and not and not expensive at all. Interest is to be at 1.75% per annum, service charge 1%, and maturity 20 years, including 5 years grace period. With that, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion and call on the House to approve it. I thank you.
Well. Honourable members, the motion has been moved, the motion has been seconded. No contributor. The question is, as many as are in favour of the motion, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 21 for integrated rural development is hereby adopted. We move to 22. 22. Yes, the minister. Resolution.
Mr.
Resolution, minister.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I move that resolution listed at item 22 be adopted. I so move.
Yes, Honorable Bodo.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, the resolution has been moved and it has been seconded. All those in favor of the resolution listed as 22 in today's order paper say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The resolution listed 22 in today's order paper is hereby adopted. Yes. Yes, Honorable Whip. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were told to report to Parliament at 9 in the morning so that we can adjourn at 1. Mr. Speaker, members, because of the respect we have for leadership, we came very early. Mr. Speaker, when you tell your members that they should come at 9 and they report at 9, and you promise them that we will adjourn at 1, it's past 2 now. Almost 3. Tomorrow when you give members time, Mr. Speaker, if care is not taken, compliance will become very difficult. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, we have given you grace period of 2 more hours and more. So I think it is our appropriate time for the House to adjourn. Because members, Mr. Speaker, members have been glued to their seats from 9 a.m. up to this time. Because you said we were adjourning at 1, we didn't make provision for extended sitting. And the Speaker, if you look at the cooperation for us to be able to faster these businesses, to be able to close at 1. The Speaker, when we do this, and as leadership, we don't walk our talk. Tomorrow when you are giving orders, compliance will be very difficult. So I think it is an appropriate time for us, Mr. Speaker, to adjourn Sini J, as we were told yesterday.
Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the leader of government business labored to subject the Hydraulic Authority Bill to a 3rd reading. We completed its consideration. I thought that to elaborately satisfy all the minimal requirements of Article 106 for the bill to await presidential assent, it's only important that we subject it to the 3rd reading, and probably the leader of government business will guide us the next course of action. Thank you.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we can now do the 3rd reading of the Ghana Hydrological Authority Bill, listed as item 61 on page 46. On page 46.
Yeah, Honorable Leader, we will come to you. We will let's deal with this.
I've been asked to second the motion, and in seconding,
move it.
Honorable members, just indulge us to do it, because we've done with the consideration. Let's do it. Yes. So let's invite ourselves to page 46. 46. Item. Is it 61? 61. Yes, Leader.
The Speaker, item listed as 61. We have the Deputy Minister responsible for Works and Housing with us. So if you may invite him to move the motion on behalf of the substantive minister. Item 61.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here.
Let's hear you, Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion listed 61, that the Ghana Hydrological Authority Bill 2022 be now read the third time. Mr. Speaker, so move.
Yes, Honorable Member for South.
Akachi South.
Akachi South, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Very well. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. The question is, all those in favor of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to establish the Ghana Hydrological Authority to regulate the delivery of hydrological services for planning, design, execution, operation, and maintenance of flood control mechanisms, works related to coastal engineering, sewerage, drainage, improvement and river development, operational and applied hydrology, and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the Ghana Hydrological Authority Bill 2022 is hereby read the third time and passed.
Speaker, shall we go on to page 8? We are taking under presentation of papers item 7C, item 7D, and D is on page 8. Speaker, I'll seek your leave to lay it on behalf of the leader of the delegation. D. 8.
Very well. Yes.
Speaker, from experience, when you lay this report and we adjourn, October, before we come and take the motion, it will be difficult to come by copies and all those kind of. So it will be appropriate for us, if you are not going to take those things under certificate of urgency today, it's better you don't lay them. Else you will come and people will be asking where are the copies. Meanwhile, you laid it 3 months ago and distributed the copies 3 months ago, and contribution to the motion becomes very difficult. It's just a suggestion anyway.
Speaker, this is not a matter to litigate on. On their side, the minority chief whip are related to him. The leader of the delegation, who is the first deputy speaker, had all agreed that it should be laid. And so we had discussed it extensively. We considered your view, but we still felt that it was important it was laid. So,
very well. So, honorable members, we turn to page 8, item listed number 8, motion. Item listed D, yes, the leader of the delegation.
Report of the representatives from the Parliament of Ghana to the 4th Ordinary Section of the 5th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament, held from 27 June to 2nd July 2022 in Midrand, South Africa.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members.
Speaker, I guess we are now ready to take item IX on page 7. On page 7. Scrap page 7, item IX.
Yes.
Report of the Finance Committee on the credit agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of $145 million United States dollars as additional financing for the Ghana Secondary Cities Support Program.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members. The time has been extended.
Mr. Speaker, it's true, and normally you would either ask that it's extended. So it's 2 o'clock. So either you extend or you adjourn. So Mr. Speaker, you may wish to extend for 5 minutes. You may wish to extend for 5 minutes so that we can go.
Speaker, I will encourage my colleagues to look at the front bench. The directive is coming from the bench. Honorable Johnson, you should be looking at your front bench. Speaker, we have an agreement. There's the last item we have to take. And under the circumstance, we may have to adjourn because the report is being prepared. So, Speaker, I propose that we suspend for a period of 30 minutes. Then the Speaker will be ready to come in. The Right Honourable Speaker will be ready to take the chair.
Mr. Speaker, the beauty of leadership is that when you turn back, you must see your troops behind you.
Thank you.
And members have obeyed us as leaders from morning 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock to this time. Mr. Speaker, when we gave them our word that we are journeying at 1, it's now almost 3 o'clock. Mr. Speaker, you promised to adjourn at 1, and you couldn't adjourn at 1, you couldn't adjourn at 2, and now you are suspending at 2:30. To adjourn at what time? We did not even make provision for extended sitting. And Mr. Speaker, you see, when members of parliament are cooperating, we must respect that cooperation and walk the talk. Mr. Speaker, if you are joining CND, we've done almost all important businesses that were scheduled to be done today, except the questions. What business again are we suspending to go and come and do? What business again? Mr. Speaker, honestly speaking, in order for us, you see, it is not by accident that sometimes when you turn back, you see the empty chairs.
Yes.
When you give promise and you don't walk the talk, when you turn back, the chairs will be empty. And I don't want to be a victim of that in our leadership. Mr. Speaker, I think it's appropriate time for us to respect our followers and do their wishes. I thank you.
Honorable members, please. Mr. Speaker is here to come for the closing session. So probably that informs.
Speaker, I think for the records, our respected minority leader raised an issue, and I had to run some important errands and to apprise my good friend, the Honorable Ahmed, on some considerations. I didn't say worth it. On some considerations we find important to members, and we worked on that, and I've carried him along and updated him accordingly. So yes, I want to congratulate and thank members who have sat throughout and cooperated for the running of business. So colleagues, I'm just appealing. It's a last item. With the spines of all, and I commend you duly. We have a last item to execute. So, Speaker, we will suspend for 30 minutes while we wait.
My instruction is that the Speaker is taking the seat, so I have to wait for him. He is coming.
Speaker, I'll be in agreement.
So, honorable members,
Speaker, we are ready for item 23 on page 18.
Item.
Page 18. Page 18. 1-8. Item 23. Page 18, 1-8, item 23.
Yes. Motion by the chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the procedural motion listed as item 23 be moved today. I so move.
Yes. Honorable
I rise to second.
Honorable members, this is procedural motion. All those in favor of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The procedural motion is carried. Yes, 24.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the motion listed as item 24 be moved, and in the process I present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, it's in respect of the credit agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of $145 million United States dollars as additional financing for the Ghana Secondary City Support Program. Mr. Speaker, I urge the HANZA Department to capture the entire content whilst I present the conclusion. In the view of the foregoing, the committee respectfully recommends to the House to adopt this report and by resolution approve the facility. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable John Jinapo.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by the chairman of the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, indeed, at committee level, we perused this document. We perused this document extensively at the committee level, asked the relevant questions, and they were amply answered. This is an IDA facility, and normally IDA facilities come with very, very soft heads, unlike the IBAD facilities. On that auspicious note, Mr. Speaker, and realizing that you are about to adjourn, I second this motion. Thank you very much.
Very well. Honorable members, the Right Honorable Speaker is taking the chair. So I'll move the question. And the question is, all those in favor of the motion say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes, now the Right Honorable Speaker will take resolution. Yes.
Speaker, let me seek your leave for...
Yes, Deputy Minister, let's hear you with the resolution.
The Honorable Matthew Okoku, President, the Energy Minister, I seek your leave for him to take the resolution.
Very well. Yes. Yeah. Dambotri's one item. This one.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that resolution number 25 on pages 19 and 20 of today's order paper is so moved.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, resolution number 25 at page 19 of the order paper, moved and seconded. Since it's consequential, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes, leaders, majority leader, any guidance? Any guidance? Mr. Speaker, there is an outstanding matter which has been listed as item 55. Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Privileges that you referred the matter to have submitted their report to the House. Mr. Speaker, the report has been made. My own thinking is that it should be for the information of the House, and that the necessary. You said item 35? 5. Yes. That deals with the committee, the report of the Committee of Privileges. Yes. Majority leader is still on his feet. Yes. Yes, Speaker. So I was saying that you made a referral to the Committee on Privileges who delve into the matter of the referral. Mr. Speaker, they have submitted their report to the House. And my own thinking, and indeed candid assessment of the situation, is that Mr. Speaker, my own candid assessment of the situation is that once the committee has made a determination in respect of the three persons, the imperatives of Article 97 would automatically be triggered. Mr. Speaker, so my thinking is that even what is captured here as a motion, the purpose of a motion is for the House to make a determination. And I'm thinking that really this is not for the House, it's not for plenary to make a determination. Speaker, so I think that even locating it on the other paper in itself is unfortunate. and indeed unnecessary. It should not have been listed on the other paper. What information that comes from the committee should be submitted to us as a paper. Mr. Speaker, that's where we are, and maybe we have to talk to the issue before we adjourn Sinedi. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Speaker, I've heard the Majority Leader refer to motion 55, which motion reads that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee of Privileges on the alleged breach of Article 97(1)(c) of the 1992 Constitution and Order 16(1) of the Standing Orders of Parliament by 3 honorable members of Parliament during the first meeting of the second session of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, even as he rose, he didn't move the motion, yet he didn't move the motion. He is now expressing an opinion. Mr. Speaker, this House is governed by the 1992 Constitution and the Standing Orders of Ghana. There is a motion in motion 55. Mr. Speaker, even by our standing orders, motion is defined to mean a proposal made by a member that Parliament or a committee thereof do something or order something to be done or express an opinion concerning some matter. If he is moving a motion, let him move it. But to rise on a motion and say my view, Mr. Speaker, let me state with emphasis and with respect, Mr. Speaker, my words may be strong, so you have to find favor to live with those words. That Parliament and the Parliament of Ghana is not the Speaker of Parliament, and that the Parliament and Parliament of Ghana is not the chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee of Parliament, and that Parliament is not the majority leader, nor is it the minority leader. That the Parliament of Ghana is the well-constituted 275 members of Parliament elected thereon to exercise the legislative authority of Ghana on their behalf. On their behalf. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, when he moves motion 55, Mr. Speaker, I have to indulge you as I said. This House must be guided by precedent. Mr. Speaker, you rightly in your judgment, I respect your knowledge and experience with the rules better than mine. I can never challenge you when it comes to procedure. But Mr. Speaker, you refer this matter to a committee. The committee have come by motion. He is not moving the motion. But Mr. Speaker, let me remind him, leader, in 2005, you were in this August House when Eric Amate was arrested on the criminal charges in the United States of America for cocaine. The Privileges Committee of this August House was called to exercise a duty similar to the duty we are exercising today. In November 2005, Parliament took a decision on Eric Amate through the Privileges Committee report. The Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to beg you. So if he's moving a motion, move a motion. This is not the first time this Committee of Parliament is making a recommendation to the Parliament of Ghana. In 2005, Parliament took a decision, which decision did not find favor in the judgment of our respected judges of the Supreme Court in the case of Professor Stephen Kweku Asare versus the Attorney General, the Speaker of Parliament, the Electoral Commission, and 4, Honorable Eric Amate, judgment registered 11 December 2008. Mr. Speaker, you were here with him in 2005. I was here too, but young those days, inexperienced those days. Mr. Speaker, I want the answer to capture the full judgment of the Supreme Court on the matter. But Mr. Speaker, what is significant? What is significant? So I want to know whether he's moving a motion or he wants to express an opinion. But Mr. Speaker, let me caution that let us not set precedents that tomorrow a Privileges Committee will come and submit a report, and on the basis of that report, an elected member of Parliament will be asked to go home and a seat declared vacant.
Mr. Speaker, you brilliantly, in your directive for the committee to work that day, refer to Article 97 of the 1992 Constitution. With respect, Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to the same article and espouse some position on it. Mr. Speaker, Article 97 reads, 1, and I quote, "A member of Parliament shall vacate his seat in Parliament. Vacate his seat in Parliament. 1, upon a dissolution of Parliament, or B, if he is elected as Speaker of Parliament, or Mr. Speaker, for our purpose today, C, and it reads, if he is absent without the permission in writing of the Speaker." Evidence abounds that those 3 persons did not get your permission when they didn't get your permission in writing. And I'm not aware of any reasonable explanation to the Parliamentary Committee on Privileges from 15 days. So the explanation is from 15 days. They have absented themselves during any period that Parliament has been summoned to meet and continue to meet. Mr. Speaker, I know the motion has not been introduced, but I'm raising procedural issues so that my colleague walk on the path of procedure. I know you know it well. So, but Mr. Speaker, I'm to remind him that I have no problem with members of Parliament who are in breaches of this Constitution must be held solely responsible to those breaches. And there should be no cover up for any elected member of Parliament when you absent yourself without permission in writing from the Speaker for 15 days consecutive. But Mr. Speaker, the 3 you referred to, it says to the Privileges Committee. So Mr. Speaker, I have a question to ask even before he proceeds. So the Privileges Committee report they have given to us, to do what? To do what? What is Parliament to do? It is not for me to express my own opinion, but my opinion will be that this is Parliament, this House, the elected MPs, 275, we are Parliament. Therefore, if a report has been submitted to us, we must take a decision as a House on that report. As a House, elected members of Parliament. That is what happened in 2005 when the Amate thing happened. So let's not change the rules today because we may not want an Adwa Sanfu or a Henry Kote or a Kennedy Japan to be subjected to the full requirement of the Constitution under Article 97. Mr. Speaker, so what are we to do? Mr. Speaker, I guard jealously that Parliament is the guardian and the protector of fundamental rights and freedoms. Mr. Speaker, it's not for nothing that in this Constitution there is no provision how to remove an elected member of Parliament. It's not for nothing. Because the Constitution respects the weight of an elected person who wields the power and authority of the sovereign. When you are elected here, it is because we have cheapened ourselves that appointees are heavier or holier than us. But we are elected members of Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, let the leader come clear. In 2005, Eric Amuate, the narcotics criminal, went through Privileges Committee. This House took a decision. But, Mr. Speaker, before I hear him, for the record, I've said that table, you publish the entire judgment. But, Mr. Speaker, Justice Aban, respected Justice Aban J.A., Aqua J.A., Eduamo J.A., they said, and Mr. Speaker, let me read this for the record so that my colleagues like Honorable KTM or my senior in the law will follow. Mr. Speaker, it reads, the undisputed facts resulting in this appeal are that in November 2005, the Honorable Eric Amuat, Member of Parliament from Koranza North Constituency, understanding Order 15, obtained the Speaker of Parliament permission to absent himself from Parliament from 17 November to 24 November 2005. He then traveled to the United States of America where he was arrested and detained for possession of narcotics drugs.
Unable to attend Parliament, Eric Amoate sent his lawyer with a letter to the Speaker some 3 months thereafter, explaining the cause of his continued absence from Parliament and requesting for an indefinite leave of absence. Mr. Speaker, this emphasis is mine. The Speaker referred the letter to the Parliamentary Committee on Privileges, which met on 22nd February 2006 and recommended to the House of Parliament on 2nd March 2006. Therefore, any recommendation coming from the Privileges Committee must be subjected to the same threshold of legal and constitutional requirement as defined in the ruling of Justice Evans and Co. And Mr. Speaker, the House, it says, the House of Parliament on 2nd March 2006 to grant the honourable member an indefinite leave of absence after some debate. So, Mr. Speaker, any motion or report moved today must be subjected to debate by this August House. After some debate, Parliament approved the recommendation and granted the honourable member an indefinite leave of absence to file the drug case in court in the United States of America. That is how a cause of action arose in the Supreme Court of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, the judgment of the Supreme Court, for emphasis, I'll read in page 4. I have already found out that the maximum period the Speaker could allow a member of Parliament to absent himself from Parliament is 15 days. It is unacceptable for Parliament to grant a leave of absence longer than envisaged under Article 97(1)(c) of the Constitution and the Standing Orders of Parliament. I find that it was unlawful for Parliament to grant the honourable member of Parliament indefinite leave of absence. So whatever we are doing today, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying let's be guided by the 1992 Constitution, our standing orders, and the precedent. Mr. Speaker, my disappointment is President Nana Addo Dankwa. Even this, he should fire the minister. If you are a minister and you are not at post for long, which one must precede what? No. But this Parliament, as I've said, Mr. Speaker, there is no way in this Constitution how a member of Parliament can be removed. Maybe we'll go to the provisions on how the Speaker is removed and learn from it, but it's for good reason. You don't take, you can take decisions here today. I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that Nana Addo Dankwa is not showing wit and will in dismissing the absentee minister. Why will you be keeping an absentee minister and thinking that you find comfort in Parliament dismissing and declaring the seat vacant? So, Mr. Speaker, let the leader come clear and we'll know his intentions and we'll fight his intentions. I thank you for the opportunity.
Majority Leader. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, when I first started, I raised the issue about procedure. How come we have a motion listed as item 55? Which reads that this House adopts the report of the Committee of Privileges on the alleged breach of Article 97(1)(c) of the 1992 Constitution and Order 16/1 of the Standing Orders of Parliament by 3 honourable members of Parliament during the first meeting of the second session of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, my initial issue has to do with procedure. And I said, I'm convinced that this matter should not be subjected to a motion that will then need the approval of Parliament. My colleague started by saying that there is a precedent. If a precedent is bad and cannot be foundation on the Constitution, you cannot foist it on Parliament. Mr. Speaker, he cites one example. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that for 6 years since the inception of the Fourth Republic, resolutions in this House were approved by 2/3 majority in this House. Until we entered this House and the issue came up that what Parliament had been doing for 6 years was unfortunately not based on the Constitution. Justice Annan was the Speaker. So what precedent had taken place for 6 years was dismantled in a day. It was bad precedent. And then resolutions, more than 500 resolutions had been passed by this House, predicated on 2/3 majority. The fact that it was bad could not be justified by the fact that it had precedence. So a wayward precedent should not have any effect on this House. Mr. Speaker, that's the first lesson to him. Mr. Speaker, now the issue that he raises about Article 97. Mr. Speaker, for his elucidation, Article 97, we all do know, provides. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about constitutional imperatives, not personal sentiments. Mr. Speaker, Article 97 that he read provides, a member of Parliament shall vacate his seat in Parliament. A says, upon a dissolution of Parliament. If Parliament is dissolved, vacancy is declared for all of us, collectively and individually. There is that automaticity. Mr. Speaker, B says, if he is elected Speaker of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the Speaker of Parliament, Speaker Doajaho, was a member of Parliament, duly elected by his constituents. When he was nominated and indeed elected as Speaker of Parliament, the Speaker, immediately after the election, his seat fell vacant. There was that automaticity. The Speaker, now let's come to 97. 1C. It says, a member of Parliament shall vacate his seat in Parliament if he is absent without the permission in writing of the Speaker. That's the first leg. The Speaker, those three people, if they had sought your permission and you had granted the permission, you would not have referred their conduct in the first place to the Privileges Committee. It stands to reason that they flouted that first leg. That is why he referred their conduct to the Privileges Committee. The Speaker, the second leg now states, if he is absent without the permission in writing to the Speaker and is unable to offer reasonable explanation to the Parliamentary Committee on Privileges from 15 sittings of a meeting of Parliament during any period that Parliament has been summoned to meet and continues to meet. The Speaker, that is what the committee was tasked to investigate, whether they have reasonable excuse after not having sought your permission, whether they have reasonable excuse to have absented themselves. Mr. Speaker, that is what the three of them were required to do, to submit themselves to the Privileges Committee, to justify whether or not they had reasonable excuse. Mr. Speaker, the Privileges Committee has submitted their report. And my considered opinion, based on the Constitution, not on sentiments, is that there should be that automaticity once the committee makes a determination. My colleague is saying that it should be decided by the House. I disagree with him. There's no constitutional basis for what he's saying. The Speaker, I say so because he himself has not cited any constitutional provision to that effect. He is sentiment, which has no relevance as far as this matter is concerned. Mr. Speaker, Article 112 provides that once the determination has been made and the vacancy has fallen, 1125 says, whenever a vacancy occurs in Parliament, the Clerk to Parliament shall notify the Electoral Commission in writing within 7 days after the vacancy occurred, and a by-election shall be held within 30 days after the vacancy occurred. Mr. Speaker, the determination of the committee is born in a report that is submitted to this House. And that report is not for the consideration and voting on by this plenary. It is for the information of the House that the determination has been made. Mr. Speaker, my colleague appears to be arguing that no committee can make such a decision that will bind the entire House. It's totally wrong. Mr. Speaker, let's deal with what is contained in Article 106. Article 106, sub 13. Article 106, sub 13 provides, and again for his elucidation, I read, where it is determined by a committee of Parliament appointed for the purpose that a particular bill is of an urgent nature, the provisions of the preceding clauses of this article, clause 1 and paragraph A of clause 2, shall not apply, and accordingly the President shall give his assent to the bill on its presentation for assent. The Speaker, the committees of this House has the authority to determine the urgency of a bill. Once they make the determination, it binds all of us. Plenary has no business in this. People should understand that. So this is not the first time a committee is authorized to make a declaration on behalf of the House. Again, Mr. Speaker, let the minority leader address his mind to Article 177 of this Constitution, which provides Mr. Speaker, Article 177 is on the creation of the contingency fund and how funds can be withdrawn from the contingency fund. It provides, there shall be paid into the contingency fund monies voted for the purpose by Parliament, and advances may be made from that fund which are authorized by the committee, not Parliament, authorized by the committee responsible for financial measures in Parliament, whenever the committee is satisfied that there has arisen an urgent or unforeseen need for expenditure for which no other provision exists to meet the need. So in that case, it doesn't come to plenary. Mr. Speaker, fancy a situation where the finance minister makes a request to the committee authorizes him to maybe withdraw about 50 million Ghana cedis from the contingency fund. And then the report comes, and then Parliament says that you don't subscribe to that. What happens? What might have happened would be that the minister, after spending the money, your committee having agreed to that, then you charge the committee for causing financial loss. Is that your understanding of the Constitution? You're totally wrong. Mr. Speaker, so committees of this House have the authority in these three specific areas to carry on what is required of them, the authority that they have been clothed in by the Constitution. So my colleague is totally out of sorts, with the greatest respect to him. He's my friend, and he sounded that he was going to use hard language. Mr. Speaker, I believe I have restrained myself in not using hard language. I have been very circumspect, but I believe that I'm right. He's totally wrong. So, Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is that this motion ought not to have been listed for the House to approve of the report of the Privileges Committee. That is totally an absurdity. That is it. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the legal position. And I challenge him to use the Constitution to disprove what I'm saying. Mr. Speaker, he quoted the standing orders. I will suggest to him that, yes, the standing orders is supposed to be a product of the Constitution, but between the standing orders and the Constitution takes precedence. We should know that. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, do you actually want to continue with these exchanges? Do you actually, as a house, want to continue with these exchanges? Because I really don't understand what is going on. The majority leader raised an issue in the nature of a preliminary objection to the motion being captured on the order paper. That was the issue he raised. Now, the minority leader counted and took us to another level. The majority leader has responded and took us to a wild goose chase and landed. Now, because those issues they are not yet arisen. The motion has not been moved. So I thought you were going to focus on that preliminary issue you raised. Now you've gone to start debating the motion that has not, which initially you have objected to. You see? And so I thought we were going to make a ruling on this preliminary point before we go to the major thing, whether the motion is rightfully on the order paper or not. That has to be determined. Then the others can follow. Now we've already debated the motion, even though it's not been moved. And so that's why I asked, are you interested in continuing with these exchanges? If you are, I can allow you. I can allow, because this is a very important issue. The Court of Appeal itself acknowledges the difficulty and challenges in trying to apply and implement the constitutional provision. The procedure as to how to implement it. They've acknowledged the difficulty. And so I'm not surprised that we are here. And so if you want to continue, I'll allow you. Yes, David Tiwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier on, that is why when the leader of government business and the chairman of the business committee who programmed this motion to be taken today, Mr. Speaker, was objecting to it by saying that it should not be a motion, but rather a statement, I was rather confused. But Mr. Speaker, why am I saying this? I came to meet seniors in this house, including your good self and the chairman of business committee. Mr. Speaker, whatever we are doing is what the Ghanaian public is learning from. And this is good that we've been told that this is not the first time that a privileges committee has report has come to this floor. And Mr. Speaker, if you may consider, the first day you did the referral, there were objections. So because of that, the whole world is watching how this case will end. And Mr. Speaker, that is why when we were promised to adjourn at 1, and it happened that we were able to extend the time to 3, and they said you were coming, I was pushing that such a sensitive matter cannot be played with only extra time or injury time. Mr. Speaker, this house needs ample time for seniors like Honorable Katie Hammond, Honorable Obi Amwa, Honorable Mama Yarga, Honorable Dominica Ini, Honorable Bernard Ahiapo, Honorable Collins Dawda, the first Pizas lawyer, Honorable Moses Tuetu Abuka. Mr. Speaker, for them to be able to do insightful debate in the Parliament of Ghana for posterity to judge how their earlier leaders handle such matters. So I was not happy that the motion was being moved. And the Speaker, my doubt was confirmed when the most senior person in the House was even confused. Mr. Speaker, the motion has not been put there for the first time. This motion had been on this other paper. And when the distinguished minority leader drew our attention to what a motion is, a motion calls for something to be done. And that the thing that the motion calls for it to be done, that is why almost about 100 and something minority members are here. I don't know that for the sake that, Mr. Speaker, we are about 120 and they are 55. For fear that you are going to lose the vote, you are saying you want statement. We won't give you statement. We will vote and you will lose. Mr. Speaker, we are not ready. We are not qualified. We will lose.
Honorable K.T. Hammond.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Minority Chief Whip drawn me into the argument. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say one or two. Mr. Speaker, I see the matter to fall within a very extremely short compass, Mr. Speaker. It seems to me we come to a point where, Mr. Speaker, you may have to take a decision by yourself. And the reason, Mr. Speaker, I say this is this. Even though I wanted my colleague to give me a copy of the Abuasi decision, I still don't have it. Mr. Speaker, reading Article 97, which is at the center of all of this, critically, Mr. Speaker, more so after the earlier consultation my leader, myself, and the Honorable Minority Leader, Mr. Speaker, had, I am tempted to think that, Mr. Speaker, you may have to have a good look at the 97(1)(c) and look at the critical wording, and, Mr. Speaker, take us through what you believe is the bone of contention. Let me take it for the sake of completeness. Let's take the whole argument. Mr. Speaker, the 97(1) says that a member of parliament shall vacate his seat. It could be his or her. We are talking about her now. Her seat in parliament. Mr. Speaker, the matters are listed, but I think the critical one is, Mr. Speaker, C.
Honorable K.T. Hammond, I thought I was drawing the attention of the House to the fact that we haven't yet gotten there.
No, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me a couple of minutes, I will tell you the meat, the gravamen of the point I'm making, and that probably would resolve it for all of us. Give me 2 seconds, let me develop my point.
The preliminary objection that has been raised, is that what you are addressing?
On that, because I think in the end, ultimately, the matter, the solution for the issue, Mr. Speaker, that is arisen, lies in your interpretation of the C. So all these debates, Mr. Speaker, wouldn't arise. And it's this, Mr. Speaker, it says this, that the Speaker, okay, if the person is absent without permission in writing, the Speaker, writing of the Speaker, and he is unable to offer explanation to the Parliamentary Committee on Privileges from 15 sittings of the meeting of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, it would appear to me to say that as soon as that critical landmark is hit, the matter resides in the Parliamentary Committee of Privileges. Mr. Speaker, so it is for you really, Mr. Speaker, as far as my understanding is concerned, this matter, to look critically at this. If you decide that, yes, this is what the Constitution says, all these debates, all this argument, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't arise. The matter now rests in your bosom. If we accept that the explanation or the critical interpretation of Mr. Speaker, the C, is embedded in those few critical words. That seems to me to be the way forward. Because if that is the case, then we wouldn't be arguing, they wouldn't have the opportunity. It is for you, Mr. Speaker, to make the critical decision based on the wording of C. Mr. Speaker, those are my words.
So it has been declared with them. But what are you saying? When a year, then your problem. I mean, media, and I said, look at me, they were good.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ordinarily, we will take a cue from the speakership that perhaps the issue has not arisen, but he has indirectly raised it and made an application to you that the motion which has been slated as part of the business of the day should be struck out, that we should not take that motion. And he premises his application to you on some constitutional grounds. That is why we feel obliged to assist you with some responses to the constitutional issues that he is raising before you decide whether to grant his application as to whether this motion should be taken or not taken, or that indeed whether or not there should be a motion. That's what he is saying. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very serious matter. And as you indicated, there is some legitimate source of confusion. Article 97 is stating that if a member is absent without your permission for 15 days, and the matter is referred to the Privileges Committee and is unable to offer reasonable explanation to the Privileges Committee, then the seat is vacated. The question then is, Mr. Speaker, what is the procedure? He is saying that the procedure is that immediately completes its work, then the committee's recommendation is conclusive. How it is conclusive, we don't know. But then, it is not the committee's recommendation that concludes the matter. It is not the committee's recommendation. So if the committee, does the committee determine that the seat is vacant? No. Some other person is to determine that the seat is vacant. Now, between the committee's work and the conclusion of the committee's work and the person determining that the seat is vacant, what is the procedure? Because, Mr. Speaker, we noticed that you came to this house, you read an elaborate statement, you made a statement in which you demonstrated that you had done research which showed that some members of parliament have absented themselves beyond the acceptable number of days. And on the basis of your finding, you refer the matter to the Privileges Committee. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that the Constitution itself states that this House should determine its own rules beyond rules provided by the Constitution and in accordance with the Constitution. So, you have referred it to the committee. The committee has concluded its work. What is the procedure? The standing order is clear. And if you go to order 164 is stating that there shall be a committee which shall consist of the first deputy speaker as chairperson and not more than 30 other members. It shall be the duty of the committee by order of the House
to inquire into any complaint of contempt of Parliament or breach of privilege or any matter of privilege which may be referred to it, and to recommend to the House such action as the committee may consider appropriate. Recommend to the House such action as the committee may consider appropriate. Now, another provision of our standing orders, Order 212, deals with reports of committees. And 212 says that every committee, 2121, every committee to which a matter is referred shall report to the House before the end of each session of Parliament. So, report to the House. How do you report to the House? Who is the House? Who is the House? Mr. Speaker, who is the House? Report to the House. Mr. Speaker, now, when you report to the House, let's be mindful that you are being given a constitutional obligation to determine the fate of an individual. And the Constitution is clear in Article 296 how we deal with the exercise of discretionary power. In exercising discretionary power, Mr. Speaker, Article 296, Mr. Speaker, says that where in this Constitution, the law, discretionary power is vested in any person or authority, that discretionary power shall be deemed to imply a duty to be fair and candid. The exercise of discretionary power shall not be arbitrary, capricious, or biased either by resentment, prejudice, or personal dislike, and shall be in accordance with due process of law. What is due process of law? What is due process of law? So, it says that a person is unable to offer reasonable explanation. A person is unable to offer reasonable explanation. Now, this is a cardinal component of that constitutional provision. So, a report has to come to this House, and the committee has to demonstrate to this House that the person was given the opportunity to exercise reasonable explanation, and the person did not provide reasonable explanation. Now, this House has to be transparent. We need to debate it. We need to assess it. So if the report is not to this House for us to consider, to debate, to interrogate, even, Mr. Speaker, if we are not even going to vote on it, at least we must debate it and examine the reasonableness of the conclusion of the committee. It cannot be that the committee will just meet and then make a recommendation to the Speaker. It doesn't say so. It doesn't say a recommendation to the Speaker. It says the committee concludes that the person is unable to provide reasonable explanation to the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, we plead that let's follow our own standing orders, which says that a report of the committee must come to us, a recommendation should be made to us, and if a recommendation is made to us, naturally, we must take a decision on the recommendation. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I will urge you to reject his application before you, that a business that you have endorsed and which has been captured on the order paper should be struck out. Mr. Speaker, we urge you to reject the application of the majority leader on this matter. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, this is a very serious matter. And it is not only the House that has recognized the difficulty involved in operationalization of this article. Even the Court of Appeal did so. What I can say now I have listened to you. I'll have to consult the old lady. I am going to consult the old lady just now. And then you will also have to listen to me. And so just give me 2 minutes. I'm consulting the old lady.
Father, oh Father, Father, oh Father. Father, yanya udeni, uyewe. Yanya udeni, uyewe.
Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, I have consulted the old lady. Honorable members, I have consulted the old lady. The old lady has given me an advice, and I think that advice is correct, because the issue raised by the majority leader is both of substantive and procedural law. And I need time to submit to this House a reasoned, written ruling. I cannot, in the haste of today, give you the ruling. In the circumstances, I will urge this House for us to call it a day. On return, I will deliver the written ruling. So I will proceed, looking at the time, to adjourn the proceedings after you have listened to the closing remarks of the leaders, if any. So I will, with your indulgence, call on the minority leader. I'll call on the minority leader to give his closing remarks.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, given how far we have come, I was going to make an application that the two of us submit our closing remarks, whilst maybe if you have something to say, you do say, and then we adjourn immediately. Yes.
Well, you can proceed to do so, and I'll follow suit with the same, and then we can call it a day. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we have come to the end of this meeting. May I in the name of Almighty Allah, express gratitude to God for your life, for your health, and that of honorable members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, let me thank everybody and thank all our colleagues and wish them travel mercies. The Hansard may capture what appears to be my closing remarks. Mr. Speaker, you are providing good leadership in making this Parliament strong and in making it accountable. Continue to do so. Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian people are going through excruciating hardship, and we need to sit together in a national conversation to find answers as to how to ameliorate the suffering of the Ghanaian masses, not just left to the executive, but in tandem, working with Parliament. The tax exemption bill, this House must stand strong and firm in protecting the public purse when it's eventually passed. Mr. Speaker, you just deferred the matter. We will respect your ruling. We will respect your ruling on the matter of the referral to the Privileges Committee, but to state that what the Honourable Member for Domi Kwabenya is doing is not right and is not acceptable. We are only disagreeing on procedure, on how to proceed on this matter, and will be guided with your expertise on it. So, colleagues, God bless you all, and then safe journey and travel message. The Speaker, once again, thank you, and to the clerk and the able staff.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated at the outset, I would beg to submit remarks to the table office. We should consider the entirety of the report as having been read into the Hansards. Mr. Speaker, except to commend colleagues for the good work that we have done thus far, about 12 bills that came before us. We were able to do 5 of them. The criminal and other offences, Ghana Standards Authority, fees and charges, tax exemption, hydrological authority. Mr. Speaker, these are 5 major bills that we were able to do. We must commend members. So many instruments that have come before us. Speaker, about 20 of them that have come before us, and the committee and subsidiary legislation is considering them. The Speaker, this time around, the House recorded 38 sittings, inclusive of what happened today. And Speaker, we had 38 statements. We had questions numbering 248 that were made, that were asked of ministers, and 28 committee reports. Speaker, unfortunately, 3 of our former members of Parliament were lost in the course of this meeting. Then the President came to announce to us to nominate for appointment 5 justices to be appointed to the Supreme Court. Speaker, there are 4 of them, and I want to believe that in the course of the recess, the committee will find space to do what is necessary, such that when we return, we'll then be in a position to recommend their appointment by the President or otherwise. The Speaker, as you do know, the Minister appeared before us just last Monday, the Minister of Finance, with the mid-year review, and we're discussing the proper procedure to transact that business. The Speaker, I want to pray colleagues to use the recess to touch base with their constituencies, and also for those committees that have referrals, the recess to transact business on them. Speaker, I want to thank you for the leadership that you and your deputies have shown to us, and also to thank the clerk and his assistants, my colleague, the minority leader, in whom I'm sometimes well pleased. And today, I'm not too sure that I was pleased in what he endeavored to do. But Mr. Speaker, I think we've been together. It's the beauty of democracy. We agree to disagree sometimes. But by and large, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we have done a tremendous job for this country, and we must always strive to improve on what we do. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I hope by the time we come, which will be the budget meeting, we shall be well prepared for that. Mr. Speaker, just to give a broad indication, maybe we shall discuss this, that the date for reconvening is likely to be the third week of October. The third week of October. Barring any unforeseen circumstances that may bring us back before then. Some two ministers are threatening in quotes, to bring us back before the House resumes formally and officially in October, as I've said. Mr. Speaker, once again, I thank you. I beg to submit this.
Honourable members, in view of time, I don't intend to read my closing remarks. What I will also do is to call on the Hansard office to capture the entirety of what I'll hand over to them as my closing remarks. Honourable members, we are going on recess. We are not going on vacation, and we are not on leave. We are receding to perform some aspects of our duties. And so when you are elected for good years, you don't have vacation. You don't have leave. You don't have rest. I will be proposing as part of the new standing orders for at least some period for you to go to rest. It's done all over the world. You have some days for also to rest, because all work and no play, Jack a dull boy. It's unhealthy to work throughout without resting, and I've experienced it for almost 30 years now. So definitely with that experience, I don't want those of you behind me to go through the same stress. We will be doing that in our standing orders. As you recede, committees will still be sitting, and you heard the majority leader draw your attention to business. Or some committees will have to come and consider. The parliamentary service is available, and we are prepared to support and facilitate the work of committees. But I want to thank all of you for your cooperation. I want to thank you for your understanding, and in fact, the very vibrant, educative engagements that we have had so far during this meeting. With this, I wish you all well, and I'll proceed to adjourn the House. The House is accordingly adjourned sine die. The House is adjourned.